Hello there, hope everybody's doing well. Today we're going to be opposing Germany, or rather playing Germany, opposing the guy who run Germany. Perhaps that's a better way of saying it. Do skip the 90 seconds or so. I will see you on the other side in just a tick. The song don't really go with a World War II theme, does it? Unfortunately, it's like I've got a very limited amount of music that, we can play safely on stream. Alright, well, it's the last 10 seconds. Let's ease that one out. And we'll bring the Hearts of Iron guy in. Alright then, let's begin. There we go. Ta-da. Alright. First time playing as Germany where we're going to oppose. Now, let's set the basics for those who don't know. Hearts of Iron 4, I've played this through maybe 7 or 8 times in total with all the DLC. Every time a new DLC came out, I would install it, play it through once or twice, repeat process, however many months later when the next one came out. So I know the basics of the game, I know how it works, and I can complete it with everything on the, quote, middle setting, which is what you need to get all your achievements unlocked and so on. That being said, I have never opposed the guy with the tash, and I will use his name a little further in. I think if you use it too many times or whatnot, for security purposes. This is beta 1.12.8. It's the latest version of Hearts of Iron 4 as of Jan 23. Anybody who's in chat, I respectfully ask, if anybody joins live later on, I may have to repeat this. Please don't give us any spoilers or any tips with regards to what to do when we're opposing this guy. It's my first time doing it. I want to see how it unfolds myself. The only thing that I know, because I've, seen it in the bump, is it starts a civil war. So it starts a civil war, Germany 1936. On from that, all bets are off. I don't know how it's going to impact the history generally globally, let alone what's going to happen nearby. And so, please don't spoil that either for me or anyone else. Secondly, we are beginning in 1936 because we have to do. This is Hearts of Iron 4, not SimCity 2000, not TikTok. If you want your instant gratification, you may as well log off now, because this, we know Hearts of Iron 4, it's a long haul style game. So, be aware of that. And with that out of the way, new game, 1936, guy with the tash, regular, we've got Iron Mode on, historical AI focuses on. Now, how well the AI is going to deal with the fact that we've completely changed the course of history, we'll have to see. Now, bearing in mind, it wasn't just obviously the war itself that was impacted with this. It was everything that came after as a consequence. And there was a lot of people, countries, groups that either lost out or benefited from what went on in the war. And sometimes groups lost out during the war but then benefited very heavily afterwards, and vice versa. So we'll have to see. Of course, perhaps one of the most obvious was America, right? These guys were ways over there. Massive industry, massive resources that grew up on the back of the war, and everybody over certainly in the European countries was doing business. I mean, America, right? They were trading both sides until, you know, until they basically got involved. And then depends who you ask how much they continued to involve. You know, there was court cases and whatnot to do with trading with the NEP. But that stuff aside, you know, England, the UK, right? We sold off Ford, we sold off Vauxhall, and who knows what else. And so, yeah, it was it was the spark that ignited the industrial boom for the US. And of course, there were others too, some of which will remain unnamed. So let's make a start. And yeah, first time. That's the intro done. I hope you enjoy. And so the very first thing, I will go here. And of course, this is it. We're going to oppose. The fascist supporters will start a civil war. Well, let's go for it. And now that that's done, I assume that means the country is going to be in some way split in half. I don't know if we'll lose this bit, probably. And then, in addition to that, we're probably going to lose, I don't know, half the guys as well. We'll have to see. That's not going to stop us starting some research, though. So let's make a start. We may... I guess it would make sense to go with research that we may be able to... I'm not sure if 148 days, we'll have to see, but I'm just thinking something that we can at least potentially exploit a little bit while the war is on. I guess 2 for war and 99 days, so we're not going to be able to make use of that in light battery. It's going to be a toss-up between those two. You know what? That's basically 200 days. This one's half. Let's go with this one. Probably neither of which is going to lead to a direct benefit, but we'll have to see. All right, free civilian factories. And again, I'm not entirely sure how this is going to work, because if we start building stuff and then there's a civil war that breaks out, I mean, what do I get to keep versus the other guy? So... who knows? So I guess I'm going to go 1 civ, 1 mil, 1 civ, 1 mil, and we'll see how it goes from there. 3 military factories. And who knows what happens to this stuff, right? Probably, I'm just guessing. It's a 50-50 split. We'll have to see. I mean, there's only so many times I can say that. So let's go for it. What I am going to do is, on the music, just going to ease it off a little bit. There we go. Something like that. It's about as good as a music as any for the war games. Hopefully I don't get clobbered for it. I should really have looked into that. We'll see. Alright, artillery. Another one of those. And you always start on this, I believe. Tungsten. And they took that way at some point and then they added it in again. I'm not sure what that was about. When it's really the rubber that you're short of. And so, you know, we'll get rid of the tungsten. We'll put one on rubber and we'll continue. Filling this out, another one on panzers, I guess. Air. Let's unpause briefly just to see where we stand with regards to the resources. I guess it ticks over at midnight. And there we go. Alright, 2 rubbers, 2 tungstens left. So 1 more on artillery, I guess 1 more on equipment there. Another one on fighters. And... I guess, I don't know, it's a toss-up between fighters and trucks here. Sod it. Fighters it is. Unassigned divisions, and again, all of this is going to go to pot. I'm just going to do what I would normally do, and then we'll have to make up what happens, which is basically put these guys with somebody. I'll put them with this guy and line them up there. Put these guys here, get all the infantry guys, and I put those with the infantry general, the best one, which I guess is this guy. It's either him or Bock. Bock, better attack, but don't have the infantry traits, so it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, really. I'll take the mountain spec ops, put them over there as well. And then this, usually, you know, you're sort of gearing up to go grind in Spain in the Spanish Civil War. But with our with the shenanigans we're going to pull at home, that's not going to be a thing. So I guess I'll just put these in with Rommel for now. I'm just going to leave alone. Navy, well, we'll assign... I don't know, we'll leave it alone. Who knows who we're going to get and who we're going to lose when it all kicks off. Let's leave it there. Outdated equipment. Yeah, so I'll reduce these. We'll just finish the subs that are in production, as well as the ships that are in production that are out of date. And we'll make sure that as they finish, the sort of the spare dockyards as a result of the finished ship previously just roll on to the next one. This one here as well is almost done, so we'll make sure that's done. These are 4, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll start and worry about the rest later on. That's that. We've dealt with all of that. We dealt missing equipment, transport, and navy bomber. All right, well, we'll stick it in the queue, even though we can't, just to get rid of the notification. There's your navy bomber. There's your transport plane. Of course, you know, not having any free factories, it's not going to happen. Not that we have the rubber to spare anyway, but at least it gets rid of notification. Nout in basic training. Well, we're short on stuff. By the way, reinforcement. Oh no, reinforcement high priority, upgrade low priority. Garrisons as well. I think I'm going to hit low. We'll leave the rest there in the middle. And yeah, I'll tell you what. Have yourself Hanover. We'll put 2 divisions on. I realise we're short on equipment anyway. And then 1 Panzer guy at Brandenburg, the capital. And we'll leave that as is. That's that sorted. Decisions available. Well, that's it. Everything else sorted. Let's wind on time. See what gives. And yeah, every time there's a a notification or something that we have to deal with, I'll pause, and the rest of the time just full speed ahead. I think that's the way to roll on this game. Italy moves to annex the Sultanate of Oza. I guess this is an area that doesn't exist anymore, has been renamed, rebranded, balkanized, attached onto somebody else, because I'm not sure where this is, but looking at the picture, it's either mud or desert, one or the other. Either way, looks like Italy's moving in. It remains to be seen whether Mohammed Yayo can resist the Italian pressure, but the situation doesn't look promising. How dreadful indeed. And as quick as that, they submit to Italian demands. What was that, like a day later? I'm wondering, is that here? That's Somalia. And look, there's combat. We can't see what, but we just know there are combats here and here. So it looks like Italy's moving into Ethiopia. Which is as it was anyways, right? So far, I guess nothing's changed because we haven't yet opposed the guy. We're just getting ready to oppose him. I see no reason why we can't just get these guys training as well as these guys. If nothing else, it's just going to get us a little bit of army XP. There we go. All right, so we've completed. We have done it. There we go. Details. Well, all of that stuff. I'll tell you what, though, aside from the initial BS that takes place, we get a shed load of political power. But look at all these bonuses. I didn't even take a look at that before. 25% on various things. I guess because we're going to get set behind big style in this civil war. And I guess this here will help us get us back onto our feet later on. The Wehrmacht officers challenge Hitler. We will purge the scum from our lands. And yeah. Does it give an idea as to who exactly? It's just a general, the officers. And there was that interesting thing. What was it about? Was it 43 or 44? I mean, there were various attempts on the guy, weren't there? But there was one big one that they made a film about with Tom Cruise. Oh, what was it? And it was either in 43 or 44. There was like this plan in place that if something was to happen to him, this plan would unfold. And I should know. Do you know what? I'm just going to stop going on about it. But there was a plan in place, and these officers they did try to kill him. And then they started to put the plan into place, but then it turned out the guy survived, and this plan was basically unfolding. And then, a load of officers were rounded up, some guilty, some not, and just executed. And it was on the back end of the thing. Everything was going wrong. These guys were clearly trying to save Germany from complete annihilation, and instead they were the ones that were annihilated. Anyway. And there we go. Sounds right off the bat. The alarm, the horn there sounds. The war is on. Message from the Reich changes their diplomatic status with us. Declare war. All right. So we're this guy. They're them. And yeah, there we go. So who are we now? We're the German military junta, or the junta. Who knows? I wanted to say junta with a sort of silent J. So it looks like we are Western, or what? Yeah, we're West Germany, right? I guess this is more or less where the Berlin Wall was, although slightly a ways from Berlin, but yeah, more or less. Oh, and we do get a little bit up here as well. All right, fantastic. So, and yeah, look at that. We have lost half of our guys. So let's stop everybody training because the action is on. New national focus. Well, we can't go Rhineland because it's one or the other. Secure the new state. Well, we're not at peace yet, so because we're in a civil war. I'm just thinking it would make sense to try and get the army innovations in. I don't know exactly how long this war is going to last, but that's going to help out. And then as soon as it's at peace, we'll go the usual sort of, well, I say the usual, we'll have to have a look what some of these are as well. But basically back onto the economic style. So that's the plan. So army, just in case we need it, can make use of it. Ignore that. Decisions available. What we got here? And that gives us 15 trains. What, for free? Well, I'd say like no political power. We just lose 5% stability. And mind you, our stability is pretty low anyway. So we'll leave that. 100% war support. So it looks like everybody's behind this national war for some reason. And what's this? Makes fighters 25% cheaper to produce at the expense of basically everything else. So I guess it adjusts our factories. And we also lose war support for that. But as well as base stability. This is... Are you sure? That doesn't seem a very good one to do, does it? I mean, yeah, fighters cheaper, yeah, but the expense of everything else, it doesn't... We'll have to see. All right, well, I'm not taking any of them for now. Modify officer corps. Well, we've got the political power. We've got some here. I guess it would make sense. Where are we here? To the guy that improves our ability to attack, because we're going to need this. So we've got infantry division attack, but there's also chief of army. This guy here, division attack, which is going to be everything, not just the infantry guys. And some... We'll get that one in first. Can we get another one in? Well, no, because it's the command power that's missing. Alright. Before we unpause, well, we need to slow game down as well. We've got some idle air. Oh, these wings are completely understaffed, undersupplied. We've got 28 out of what should be 100 fighters. 40 out of 100 bombers. Is there anything we can do about that? I think it would make sense to disband a couple of these more empty wings. I'm going to disband these two. And then the stuff's going to get redistributed. What about here? Similar sort of story. I'm going to disband... Disband those two. And then these here, together with any reinforcements that come, air superiority and ground support. I was almost going to put them on duty here, but then I realized what I really need to do. This guy is here, so there's only one division under Army 1. Let's put him under Bock. And then this air force that's in this airport here, will just assign those to Bock, and then Bock can move them around as he sees fit. And speaking of Bock, there's your front line. Your job's going to have to be, well, to attack. We'll try and get another division over. He's a bit, you know, one division over there is not much, is it? Well, at least we got 2 panzers. Rommel, the thing is, Rommel was already commanding, and I'm just thinking, often if you lose a commander, it takes however long to reassign. So I guess another guy who's on panzers, who's good with, who doesn't take half a year to reassign, and I'm thinking Heinz Guderian here. So we'll put him on. And it looks like both of his panzers are around here. And of course, these are going to be the best thing that we have to win the war. Then we've got this guy. No question about it, has got to form the line against the Reich there. And hopefully we've got a field marshal left. Well, looks like we were quite lucky, because I think Germany starts with 3 field marshals and we've got 2 left. And this one for the attack, which is what we're going to need. So we'll assign him there. We'll assign this guy there. You know what? I'll assign Bocken, or I don't know, because sometimes I like my field marshal orders. I'll tell you what, we'll assign Bock the other guy. Gerd von Rundstedt. There we go. And then Rundstedt can be the field marshal of this spot. And then this guy can, together with both of the generals, can do this area here. So this guy's currently in charge of forming the line. This guy, Heinz, with his 2 panzer divisions, is going to be in charge of trying to break through. And I'm thinking a good spot to go for would be to try and push through here and get to Nuremberg, not least for the railway. And we'll see if that works. Unassigned divisions. Oh, we got some more divisions. Well, they're much needed, so over to him. To him. The reason I'm not just clicking it quick is because I've no idea where these divisions are, where they've come from. We can see they're not trained Landsturmregiment. So I don't know if these have just been formed on the spot or what. But if you remember before, before the war, or the Civil War, everybody that we had that wasn't in training was fully vetted up.
Bereit. Angetreten. Achtung.
What I'm hoping is that there's one of these guys
Befehle.
available over on sort of this side of the map.
Bereit.
Or here are some potentially.
Bereit.
I want to give a couple of those guys to Bock. There we go. And then that's going to give Bock 3 divisions instead of just the 1. And then... Oh, there's more here than I thought.
Befehle.
There we go. And then everybody else can start and form a new army. I realise these are, less than ideal, but, they are what they are. And we'll put those with General Willem Ritter von Lieb. He's pretty good on the attack and also an infantry guy. And, yeah, we'll stick those here as well. And I guess, I don't know, I'm thinking we could do something like this. And then we'll stick him down here. Do something like that. Alright, so then Navy-wise... Well, who have we got? We've got both of the admirals have sided with us. That's great. So the surface fleet is Rede. And the U-boat flotter is Dönitz. And I'm thinking... What's this? Oh, I see. We can't go there. Anyway, these guys can just... Oh, we do have access to the other side as well. There we go. And we'll just put these on strike force. The U-boat guy, same area. And we'll put him on convoy raiding. Make sure these guys auto repair and rearm. Same story there. In fact, what's this? The mine laying guy. Obviously, go out on your mine laying job. And the few air guys that we've not yet got doing anything. Superiority and Panzer. And you go work for... this guy. Fighters and bombers. You go work for Baldy. Navy. Well, in the drink, I guess, the Danish belts. Hartmann, you go work for Bock. Actually, Bock already had one, didn't he? So go work for this guy. More bombers. This guy. More, but yeah, tactical bombers, but so under strength, I'm going to disband that group. They can resupply some of the others that we're short of. And a transport aircraft. Well, there's naught we can do with 2 transport aircraft. We may as well just pull them out of harm's way. Available planes in reserves. Well, I'm not so sure. We'll have to see when we unpause the game. Because there's a lot of wings that need reinforcing. Germany embroiled in a civil war. There's no turning back now. Indeed, there isn't. And so as soon as these divisions look more or less like they're in position, we'll give them the order to go. Turkey remilitarizes the Turkish Straits. Apparently that was a treaty of the war that was the first war, right, that's been broke. So Bock, relatively confident about the situation, so we'll give him the order that, he can do as he sees fit, and hopefully he'll get his units through. There's obviously a chance they're going to get got at as they go over the northern coast of the Reich, but with a bit of luck, that won't be for long. Heinz, they're starting to push in, and with that, we'll give these other generals their orders to commence.
Achtung!
This guy, clearly, I don't know, make his way towards, well, right over there. On your way.
Angetreten!
This guy down here, well, his order can just be to advance to that point there. And hopefully this will work out. You see, we're not winning every engagement. I guess we were never gonna. Let's start picking up the pace slowly. What's the problem here? Outdated decisions we've gone through. Modify. You can select a theorist. Well, it's going to be a crappy one at this rate, isn't it? Dive bomber. Actually, ground attack. Air doctrine. That's not horrific. Nuclear research. Air doctrine cost. Naval theorist. Rocket scientist. Werner von Braun. Of course, he was the guy that went and headed up NASA after the war, wasn't he? So, action in South Germany, I was going to say not looking too bad. Then, of course, half the icons go red. So, looking at that first glance, it's a 50-50 split.
Ausrücken!
How's Heinz doing? Well, not too bad, but we're starting to lose organization. Hardly. I'm going for the Kaiser, Hardly, because I have... That's what I'm trying to do. The Kaiser, the Emperor, right? As we would say, the Emperor. And Heinz breaking through the front line. Hopefully we got enough troops to support the flanks. Heinz continuing to push. If we can cut this railway off and grab Nuremberg, potentially even swing round and encircle these guys, that would be a bonus. That's what I'm going to go for. Nuremberg, and then over here to encircle this slot. Assuming our panzers can retain the organization that they need to keep fighting. And that, of course, we don't get cut off. This guy... I feel like we need him to come through here so we don't get encircled ourselves. Speed up time a little bit more. And looks like our panzers are starting to struggle. They're out of fuel, which is never good, so we'll have to... Are we able to... How many trucks do we have spare? 30. I don't think that's enough to get truck supply supplying our tanks, but this is not going to work. We were a little ambitious. That said, these guys may be able to cut off there in support with our troops there. There we go. We got a little encirclement going. A small price to pay to rid our fatherland of them. Takes heavy toll on Thüringen. I guess we're talking damage and so on. Battle down here. Well, after this little encirclement's done with, we'll have to pay a visit. How's the... Well, they're short on fuel once again. Bad supply. We'll get them to assist in this attack. We've got so many troops there anyways. Hello, Kiwiness. Nice to see you. You're eating schnitzel. Do you know, when I was a kid, I went to, I used to visit Germany a lot. And I always used to have, when Omi and Opa took me to the Kneipe, Schnitzel mit Pommes frites. I used to love it. Also no sauerkraut. Well, sauerkraut was something that grew on me, right? I used to hate it as a kid, but you get a bit older and it's not too bad suddenly. Well, we got our first little bit of tech unlocked. How is
Angetreten.
our friend Bok doing up here? Well, he's pushing in with one division. Why are these two just stood there? Can't you guys push in and all? There's nobody there. Why, Bok, what you doing? I guess I could order him to be more aggressive, but then we're gonna lose out there. So research, we may be able to see some, I don't know, I'm not entirely sure how long this war's going. The reason I'm not going full aggressive on these guys is I just can't afford the manpower, I don't think. Yeah, Schnitzel mit Pommes, typical in the Kneipen, yeah, and nice it was. And as well, I used to always ask for, oh, what was it now? Oh, let me think. Where you mix the beer with the lemonade. Oh, shandy, we would call it. Anyway, I used to ask for that, and I'm like 8, 9 years old, and they're sort of, the staff at the Kneipe are looking at me sideways, like, hang on, there's a little kid here that's trying to get alcohol. And my granddad would say, das geht nur beim Opa, geht das nur beim Opa. And every time it worked, and then next thing, there was a beer on a lemonade, you know, a shandy, served to an 8-year-old in a pub in Germany. Yeah, true story. Granted, it's only, what, 1.5%, 2% alcohol, but still, yeah. West Germany, Hessen, Hessisch. Richtig Hessisch. Und dann manchmal ging man nach Bayern. South Germany to visit my auntie and uncle down there. I was in South Germany for the eclipse, you know, the solar eclipse. I think it was in 1999. I came to South Germany to see the, you know, it was a full eclipse, right? Anyways, back to the game. We've got construction, maybe. I'll tell you what, we'll go with mechanical computing. I don't think any of these other things we're going to get to benefit from before the war was over. Radler, that was it. Radler. Radler. Thank you, yeah. Alright, let's unpause. Let's carry on. Modify government. Do we have enough guys to make something? I'm just thinking it would make sense. As soon as we've got 20 command power to get this infantry guy on to assist with our, you know, the biggest priority is to win this civil war. And I think we can afford him now. He's going to give us an extra. Boy, that's a funny looking dude. August von Mackensen. There's a skull on his hat almost as big as his head. Yeah, how are we doing, Bok? Well, not too bad, and it looks like we've won another area. So let's come back down to... Hi, do you know we're not even using our panzer divisions? I'm too busy waffling. We need to balkanize what's left of the Reich here. And then we'll cut off the south, get München. Don't know why we call it Munich. It's München. I mean, the spelling. I'll tell you one that is the biggest difference. It's Köln. You know, you guys say K-O with the 2 dots, L-N. We call it Cologne, and we spell it with about 8 letters instead of just 4. No idea why. When most of the things like Berlin and Frankfurt, you know, it's the same. But for some reason, we get creative when it comes to Köln and Cologne. At least this time the panzers are going to have supplies thanks to the proximity here to Nuremberg, which we've got a rail line in, and they are fully supplied. Come on, this guy, you attack and all from the south. You, come on, attack from the north. This battle, I want it to be over quick. Yeah, Köln and München, those are the big ones. You know, we call it as you see it there, Munich. Right, finally we're winning this one. Guderian's gonna carry on pushing through. The Heinz, or Heinz as I guess we'd call it Heinz, like Heinz baked beans, but it's Heinz. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard of a town called Bad Homburg. Bad Homburg, it's about 20 or 30 minutes north of Frankfurt in the car. That's where I would go. That's where my grandparents live. There we go, we balkanized them, and so now we'll push on south. These guys, or at least this idle guy, can assist with this attack to the north, and we're going to start widening the gap. Panzers, what's the problem? Oh, they're pushing into 3 divisions. Let's push here instead, and we'll carry on. Go on, carry on racing through. Sure, Bad Homburg. Oh, good, I'm glad you know it, yeah. You have been there too, yeah. Well, that's where I went. Bad Homburg VDH, they would call it. Von der Höhe, I think. Right near the Feldberg. And the Feldberg, as they would call it, the Feldberg, is mountainous region just to the, I don't know, I guess it's about there. Must have walked on those mountains hundreds of times. Yeah, well, I gotta say this. Oh, we've got a little. Come on, we've cut these guys off. Bock, what's going on? In fact, I'm going to use all 3 divisions to try and finish that little encirclement off. I don't know how Bock managed to do that without me even realizing. London signs another naval treaty that limits how many big boats they can build. Why, this action here is taking a long time. Yeah, near Frankfurt, Hessen, that's right. That's why when I speak German, I have a richtig hessisch accent, because, you know, that's... Every time I went, that's how they spoke. This guy is trying to attack. Do you know what? It would make more sense to push and just finish these guys off for sure. And that's going to free up 4 more divisions to assist attacking down here. As soon as these panzers push through there, I may as well move to encircle. Okay. Lasses schmecken. Bis bald. Why? How long, Bock, does it take? Let's speed up the pace a little bit. Surely you've got this area sorted. And then as soon as you have, you're going to have to come here to make sure they don't nab the port. Because if they get that port, these divisions are completely cut off. There we go. Well done, Bock. And how are we doing here? Unassigned divisions. Great, we've got a new division in. Let's give that to Baldy. How are we doing for equipment, by the way? Oh, we're really low on infantry equipment. You know what? When it's something like, I don't know, low priority, at least for now. Heinz, how are you doing? Make use of your panzers. I think we can push in, what's this? Regensburg. Push. Push, push, push. Oh, Regensburg. As we would say. Regensburg. Army innovations, so I am going to be able to get a very little bit of benefit from going army innovations there on a national focus tree. We can't secure the state yet because we're still at war. And I'm thinking, do we go 4-year plan? Well, yeah, and then hopefully the battle will be over after that. What else have we got? Doctrines, of course. The delay. How many have we got? We've got 58 points. Makes more sense. I don't know. I think we'll leave it for now until I can recruit a doctrine specialist. Hopefully we can get Heinz Guderian in there, making it a bit cheaper. Speaking of Heinz, how's he doing? Well, he's pushing there. These guys, why don't you try and chop... Oh, there's 3 divisions in the corner. Maybe not. Come on, how are these guys still holding on?
Angetreten. Achtung!
US Congress passes a Neutrality Act with tensions rising around the world. The US Congress... Let's just pause that a sec. We've got... so we are going to be able to benefit from a little bit of improved artillery as well as some improved military equipment, which is good. With rising tensions around the globe, US Congress has been the scene of intense discussions about the role of the United States would play on the world stage. Everything's a stage. The world is a stage. Military actions is just theaters of war. It's all a big show. Many members are concerned that President Franklin Roosevelt might secretly be planning to intervene in a European or Asian war. You don't say. You don't say. He's publicly saying, our boys are never going to get involved in the war. And then behind the scenes, it's like, you know, when the Japs do that thing at Pearl Harbor, just, you know, we'll pull all the big ships out the way. We'll keep the old junk there and we'll let it happen. And then when you've got like foreign countries like Australia and British intelligence saying, the Japs are moving into Pearl Harbor, they're like, shh, just crumple that piece of paper away and throw it away. And the sad thing is, that is now documented historical fact that it was on purpose allowed to happen as an excuse to galvanize the US population that didn't want to get involved in the war. Well, now they do. And yeah, this guy was behind that. Of course, there's some people that don't like to hear that and they think, nah, that's BS. We were completely caught unawares. Well, again, depends who you listen to, doesn't it? There's 2 stories there, and there's... and it's not the Japanese saying that they knew they were coming. They were none the wiser. It was everybody else. He pulled his aircraft carriers out of the Pearl Harbor, of course, because they were the big expensive ships, and you know, left some old steam destroyer. I say some, there was a lot, but... Anyways, this is a game channel, not a historical revisionist, so let's carry on. Research, we've got loads. Well, this time I'm going to go construction because this war is nearing its end. Dispersed industry, just in case we get bombed. And over here, let's get the radios going. How you... Hey, Bok! Nice one! Bok has completely won,
Right.
if that's the word to use, his area of operations. So we'll delete that. And yeah, Bok, you can come over... You can come over here and assist the armies capturing along the coast. So that's going to wrap his 3 divisions up and bring them over. Come on, surely between these divisions you can crush these guys.
Ausrücken.
Surely.
Bereit.
Guderian, continue pincer motions. Surely you can win this here.
Angetreten.
Look at Czechoslovakia there. He's got division right on the border saying, you best not wander into our territory. No, that's next week, pal. Don't worry.
Angetreten.
Now we've got, how many? We've got 4 divisions encircled here.
Befehle.
That has got to be the priority. And the panzers... Actually, before Tell you what, before you move in, let's get our panzers in position.
Ausrücken.
It's going to be easier if we don't have to attack across the river, at least for the panzers. These two divisions can attack across the river. No, 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 no. Don't go back there.
Angetreten.
Whereas every time they get to where we've asked them to go, the general's going to try and pull them off. But there's 4 divisions here. Come on, panzers. How long's it taking you to get there? Speed up time a little bit. There we go. Right, everyone's in position. Let's move in.
Achtung.
Then there were 3 divisions. Then there were 2. Then there was just 1 division left. And then his hat popped off as well. Very nice. Alright, Heinz. Here, down here. I'll tell you what, to finish off this southern Germany bit was harder than I thought. I thought our divisions would long since have already moved over here. Bock, are your guys in position? They are. Begin when able. And I just realized we've completely run out of fuel. So we're going to have to get trading. We don't need any more rubber, at least not now. But we do need fuel. You know what? Usually I would trade with Russia, but Russia's on the wrong side of where I want to be. Short-term situation, we're going to trade with the UK. We'll send 4 factories, and that is going to resolve our supplies issues. Heinz. Continue moving in.
Angetreten.
Oh, we've got enemy panzer division down here, which we're going to be able to encircle real soon.
Befehle. Bereit.
Takes place heavy toll on Oberbayern. And now these guys need to continue pushing in down the south, right up against the border with Austria. There we go. We've balkanized the balkanization. We're splitting it into smaller and smaller pieces.
Achtung.
Come on, this is almost over.
Greift weiter an. Ausrücken.
There we go. Well, we'll let them have Augsburg. Why not? We'll chase them across the country. Munich's going to go down.
Greift weiter an.
This is not going too bad. Bock, well, he's one of the few fronts that are not doing so well. Nationalist Spain declares war on Spain, so they're in a civil war and all. We're not going to be able to assist on that. Let's have a little look here. Naval combat. Alright, so we sunk 2 of their convoys. That's fine. Doctrines available, we know. Modify officer corps. We've got 150 points, so we could change things again. I don't see the point in getting another military guy in right now. I think we can start on one of the others. What we got? Do we get the industry guy? We need to have the 4-year plan. Well, the 4-year plan's almost done, so I'm going to hold off assigning a government change until that's done. Then we'll get Schacht in. And then we'll move on from there.
Achtung.
Come on, finish these 2. There's the Panzer Division down here as well. And they've popped off. We've got 1 more infantry division at Augsburg. And that's going to free up loads of divisions to come up here.
Bereit.
Baldy, just do a double front line.
Angetreten.
I tell you what, we're going to delete everything. All orders are deleted. And we'll get the Field Marshal to create a new front line. And he can finish off what's left at Reich as he sees fit. Ich hoffe, es hat dir geschmeckt. Keeviness went off for his lunch. He's back. Field Marshal is getting... What's this guy's name? Gunther von Klug. Or von Kluger. Gunther, in any case, is getting his divisions into position. He's got 3 generals under him, commanding... What's that? 36 divisions, 2 of which are panzers. Bock's doing his own thing. And we've given Gunther the order to move in. New national focus. Well, I'm going to hold off on that because this, I'll tell you what we can do. We can do a 35-day focus, the naval. And I wanted to get Schacht in because it just feels like this is all but over. Now these guys can start leveling up. I'm thinking infantry guy, get your expert. Heinz, get your panzer. And Gunther, organization first. And that'll do, I think. Ja, mein Deutsch geht so. I was bilingual as a kid, right? My mum used to speak to me just in German when I was growing up. My dad only in English. And of course, my grandparents couldn't speak any English. So when I went over there for, I used to go by myself, like I said, 2 or 3 weeks at a time, 3 or 4 times a year. I say forced, that's the wrong word, but, I had to speak German. And, it was normal to me. It wasn't like I never remember having to learn German because it came at the same time I was learning English. At school, I did French and I sucked at French, so... But I did my German exam even though I never studied it, just because, I spoke it, and obviously I got a top mark for that. And I did it at age 12 as well, so the GCSEs or whatever they do now was at age 16. When you leave school, I did it at age 12 just to get it out of the way. And again, I never studied it, so it was just because I could speak it. The only concern was because I never had to do any writing. How would I do on the writing side of it? And so I just wrote what I thought in my mind it kind of sounded like, and I guess it was good enough. Anyway, back to the game. We've got some free dockyards. All our ships there look like they've been produced. Put 6 dockyards on repair duty, although we don't need any for now. So I'm thinking... we don't have any Navy experience, but I would like to, as soon as I can, add another torpedo tube onto our 1936 subs. So I think for now I'm just going to produce a couple more of these basic destroyers with all our available dockyards. Can we get Rostock? Come on, all these divisions. Surely you can get Rostock and then this next one. There's so many divisions here that we can make use of, as well as the naval port.
Ausrücken! Los!
Los! Got at least 3 or 4 divisions in that little sector as well. Come on. Oh, there was a big pause there. I thought maybe they were going to surrender. Heavy toll on Vorpommern. Come on, who's the capital? Oh, it's all the way back here. Breslau. There we go. It's all over now. Let's pause. 25th of August, 1936. 10 a.m. The Treaty of Breslau. German Reich has been annexed. And we get a few infantry equipment as well. There's some rifles, a few trains, and some random shit. Okay. 1, 2, ta-da! And like that, the Reich is no more. It's time to see what we can do now. I need a Navy guy so our Navy can start generating some experience. Speaking of which, we've got quite a few ships here to take care of. We've got, what's this? A heavy cruiser with 5 destroyers. We'll put those with radar. We got here 6 subs. Well, those are going to go with Donitz. Please. Yep. What we got here? 1 light cruiser. I'm just going to disband that as a reserve. What we got here? 2 subs repairing. We'll disband those as reserves, as well as what's here? Battleship, heavy cruisers, light cruisers, and destroyers. Radar as well. He's our surface fleet guy. There we go. And that puts our battleship, cruisers, light cruisers, destroyers together. At least in that one. What we got here? I like to keep my heavy cruisers separate, really. I'm going to go like that. Hang on, I need to change this first. There we go. This is just to organize my Navy. I want like 2 main surface groups. One the heavy cruisers, one with the battleships. The subs are going to be separate. The mine layers are going to be separate. And so let's clear out the subs. I'll go like that for starters. Okay. The mine layers, I'm going to separate those off. And I'm going to give that to a new naval commander. That's going to be someone who's good at defense. Because basically the mine layers are not for fighting. They're laying mines or running away. That's what their job is. And so that's going to be this guy. And he's going to cover that sector when it's time. But it's not time now. Glückwunsch. The subs are repairing the early cruiser docked in Hinterpommern, so he's to come over here as well. So we'll change that to 2. And then that's almost everybody sorted. What have we got here? 1 battleship, 4 destroyers, the heavy cruiser. So these guys need to reinforce my existing. I need to merge these 2 is what I'm trying to say. So this little group here, this flotilla, I think you call them when it's Navy, the squadron, the unit. The division, I think it's a flotilla when we're talking Navy, is going to be set to reserve. Oh no, they're the ones that we are. Where these are the ones that need to be set to reserve. And then that's going to reinforce me existing flotilla with a bit of luck. Right, the German Civil War ends. Let the rebuilding begin. Absolutely. And we've got a choice here, which is that the leadership has been captured. We can either hang them or imprison them for life. And I'm going to go for the imprison, just because it looks like there's more potential benefit there versus... and it's also going to delete... Oh yeah, remember all those untrained Landsturm divisions that appeared during the war? If we hang them, this is going to remove all of those as well. I don't want them removed. I'm going to repurpose them later on. So again, the imprison for life seems to be, and it reckons they may be useful later. Who knows? I've never played that far. We'll have to see. All right, modify government. I'm still, I don't know. We've got enough. Let's have a look now. Political advisor. Well, the big problem here, look how split our country is, and we've still got a lot of support for the fascists. In fact, the most, 33%. So I'm going to look for some guy, anti-fascist agent, for example. Rather than just reducing fascism, I want a guy that can improve ours. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, but do we have one of these guys? At least not yet. Got political decisions. Anything there that will help? Well, there we go. That's the perfect one. Press censorship. Look at that. Everybody's going to lose 0.01 and we're going to gain 0.03 because we get to control the news. Kind of what goes on, maybe? No, that would never happen in the West today, would it? It's only in days gone by that sort of thing went on. Unless we're talking about Russia and China, they do it as well. It absolutely does not go on in the West. Don't bring such theories here. There we go. Right. Air. How are we doing air? These guys don't need to be on patrol anymore. I'm going to stop them because they're just wasting fuel for a job that they're never going to have to do anyways. Stop. Anybody else anywhere? This guy. Stop. And I'm going to centralize all my air to Berlin, apart from the transport plane. I'm going to put that in the south. And the reason I like to do that is if we're not at war, I like to, if at all possible, train these guys up to the regular as opposed to trained or rookies, just so that when the war does kick off, they're a little better when it comes to it. Speaking of which, we're very short on numbers. So this one here, we've only got 28 aircraft on this wing, so I'm going to disband it. Any others that are like really super, I mean this one's 33, but he's got trains, so I think what I'm going to do is disband one of the lower ones. Maybe this one here, he's very low. If I disband this one, even though he's 98, those 98 aircraft are going to really help reinforce the other 3 wings that I intend on keeping. This fighter here as well, there's only 48 and they're rookies, so let's disband that. And that, hopefully, is going to resolve at least some of that. We'll have to see. Insufficient resources. Now we are short on rubber, and I'm thinking, at least just because it's... I'll tell you what, we'll do business with the UK for now. We'll have to see how the rest of it's going to unfold. And like that, Navy-wise, what we got, those are still repairing. Everything else, I think we've kind of addressed. Oh yeah, Dönitz and his subs. I think we'll select this 3rd Force and as a reserve. And then his other 2. I like to put about 15 subs in each flotilla, is it? Task Force comp. And then when the action starts, wherever it may be, you know, if you've got 15 subs and 2 of them have to limp home, or 5 even have to limp home to get repairs, you've still got 10 subs out there that are able to put a fight. If you've only got like 5 or 6 and half of them go home, you've got 2 or 3 subs left in an area. I mean, they're just a sitting duck, really. At least I think so. So instead of convoy raiding, we'll bring those guys home. We'll get them training as well shortly. Divisions. Guderian, this guy. I don't know where these really need to be, but we'll put him on the border with France. This guy, what's happened to all our other divisions? Where have they all gone? Hang on. Where's all our... This guy was commanding about 10 divisions. This guy had... I'm sure he had 24. Bock had 3. They've all just evaporated. Alright, well, Bock, you know, border there. Baldy, cover this area here. Heinz, border in Poland. I don't know what's happened to all our military people. Equipment. Well, we've got quite a lot. I think it's time to start recruiting, really. Big time. Deploy those instantly. Oh, we've not got enough equipment. There we go. We'll get 4 of those. 1 Panzer and high equipment priority, and 1 motorized division medium. We've already got Panzers on Brandenburg. Let's give them Saxon. There we go. And I'm going to decommission the horses. Don't need them. Unassigned divisions. Go with Bock. And all of these I'm going to set... Oh, big pause, big pause. What's happening? Nothing. Going to get these guys training. They must have done, because I had... After the Civil War was over, though, because these guys, you know, they were commanding at least twice as many divisions.
Achtung!
But I'm sure I selected to imprison the guys that I wouldn't lose the divisions, so I'm not entirely sure what went down there.
Achtung!
Right, national focus. We got the Navy, so now we can secure... If we look at all this damage. Civilian factories. Well, over here really. Makes sense though to put, when there's that many to build, we'll put roads down first and then civilian. Right, let's pick up the pace. No need to dawdle anymore. Bold attack for the army, as well as professional officer corps. Navy we can't do. Air Force we can. I like this one because of the accident chance reduction. And then, I don't know, centralized control was always pretty good, but also the continuous strike, I'm not really sure. Fighter detection plus 10, air mission efficiency plus 10. Yeah, let's go with that one. The Olympic Games have concluded that were held on the newly rebuilt building in Berlin, 1936. Navy. So what we got here, this one, battleship. So again, this needs to be reinforcing the existing battleship flotilla. There we go. And what else have we got? Light cruisers and just really the mine layer destroyers. I don't really want too many in there. 4 will do. We'll give them the light cruisers just because they've got now else really. This guy... This one is the one that needs disbanding. Not disbanding, but set as reserve. And then these are my 2 flotillas here. I want destroyers that are have a mine laying capability. 3 or 4 in that flotilla. And what are we here? Destroyers. So these destroyers I'm going to put with my mine laying guy. I don't know why it messes that up sometimes when you move ships. There's no need for it. That leaves us with what? 4 light cruisers and 2... Well, light cruisers here then. I'm going to go 3 just because we got 3 heavy cruisers. No other rhyme or reason than that. Here we've already got 2. We've got 1 light cruiser left. I'm just going to put it in there because they're a little short on destroyers. More destroyer mine layers. We'll put those with this guy. 2, now 4. What else we got? And 4 more. That's it. Every ship now has been assigned someone. And I'm going to get these guys training. If nothing else, it's going to get me some naval experience. The submarine guy, Dönitz, will get him training. And these guys, I'm just going to set them to strike force, but covering the entire German front coastline. We'll set those training at some point. And we had all that oil being traded with the UK. We don't need as much now. I think 1 factory will do just for now. We need these guys training when we can. So I'm only going to train them once they've already got 100 aircraft in the wings. So this guy's got 100. We'll set training. Hartmann's almost got 100, so we'll set him training. And the rest we're going to have to leave, at least for now. No national focus. I was looking at this earlier, and again, I'm no expert on this, not played this through at all. I want to revive the Kaiser Reich, and then I'm thinking, if you see here, it says rebuilds the nation, repair speed plus 20%. But if you take a look, we're really heavily damaged because of the war, so it would make sense to try and get there as quick as possible. I mean, once you've repaired the nation, I don't know, there doesn't seem to be much point there. Of course, there's also still this side to go, and I can only assume then that this is a more of a longer build up to when the action is. I don't know for sure, I'm just assuming. So I'm going to go here. We're going to try get the Kaiser on back. That was the intention. Research radio is done. Any more factory stuff? Well, these... Oh, that one. It's only 0.1 of a year ahead of time. The fuel refining, so let's go with that. And we'll just leave everything else at full pelt. Mechanical computing, dispersed industry, and construction level 1 are all been researched. Let's pause real quick and set the next lot going. 0.04 years. So rather than research ahead of time and have even just a little penalty, I'm going to let these build up, because as long as we don't get to the end, we won't lose it. And there we go, 1st of January, so we're not going to lose any of that. And now, no penalty. Construction. Yeah, 70. These two are all 72, everybody else is 48. So it makes more sense to go for that. And now we lose the 100% because we've used it. Still dispersed industry, I guess. And, wow, 161 days for that. And 100... Why is that so expensive? It's the most expensive one, and it's behind the times. Who knows? Well, maybe we'll come back to it. Can we use anything else? That's a year ahead. I guess a primitive radar. Aircraft, not really much there. This is a good one. 22 days. We get quite a lot of bonuses for that. Certainly something I want to use. This one's important just anyways. The anti-tank is one that I'm going to need. Anything over here? That one. These are all ahead of time. Stuff on the left matters. Everything here is ahead of time apart from maybe these. Alright, well, I'm going to stick with the industry, and I'm going to go with excavation. I'm going to go with it. There, it's done. Alright, go back to work, Kiwiness. If you feel like watching the rest later, it is a long haul of a video. I can appreciate that. Take care. Tschüss, auf Wiedersehen. Thank you for watching. Right, so 4 build divisions there and 1 motorized. So we're starting getting our first lot ready. I'm going to put all of those with Bock. He's up against Denmark, so I'll tell you what. I will take 3 of them and put them with Baldy. Modify government. What else we got here? Industrial concern. Well, that... Oh, we've got quite a lot of political power. Industrial and synthetics. Theorist, I want Heinz. Material designer, makes sense to do that when we're actually researching the... or getting ready to research artillery. Chief of Navy, just to help with the experience. Same with the Air Force guy. I want Goering. Oh no, I can't have him because we're not fascist. So it's Kesselring. It's Kesselring. Unless we get air innovations. What's the difference? Air experience, this one bad weather penalty -10. Do you know what? I'm going to go with Kesselring. It seems like bad weather penalty. We don't have that much. And then Chief of Navy, it's going to be Raider. Yeah, Raider. We're going to try and re-establish the German navies. So let's unpause. What's the problem here? We need more political power. Alright. Well, this now is looking like, you know, a united Germany, what we're calling it, the military junta revised, the Kaiserreich. It's now known as the German Empire. And so continuing to press down here, rebuild the nation. Again, just because of all the damaged infrastructure. Oh, we were almost repaired it, though. Even before we got to repair the nation. Never mind. Just full pace now. We've got 140 command power, so we may as well use that for this guy. Any navy that we can spend? Yep, Dönitz. I like to be aggressive rather than the other ones. So Lancer, Drill Master. This guy's got one we can spend. A concealment expert, because this is a guy that's laying mines. So if anything, we don't want to be seen. And then the smoke screen, because you know we're not looking to engage anybody with the minings. They're laying mines and running away. Research, we've got some more available here. Makes sense just to finish off the industrial, unless we can get computing machine. It's too far ahead. After we've done the industry, we'll take a look at improving our weapons. You know, we've just come out of a civil war, man. We need to sort shit out. Anarchist uprising in the Spanish Civil War. So there's the wars continue. Can we actually get involved here? No ability to send volunteers. We need at least 30 divisions, and the world tension needs to be 20, and it's only at 10. So even if we had enough divisions, we can't, which is weird, because normally you can, can't you, if you don't do your thing at home. Oppose Hitler, right? If you don't oppose him, you can. So we got that, and so now what we've got, that allows us to repair stuff quicker, which apparently now it didn't need anyways. Consumer goods factories minus 20% for 1 year. So that's going to basically have more production. Now this is a 35-day one. National revitalization increases the recruitable population by 0.5% and reduces the training time by 10. Well, that's worth having, but I'm not sure we need to rush to get that. A new and better Germany. Infrastructure plus 10%, Civ factory plus 10, and that's a 35-day one. Well, we need that because we don't got access to Schacht, because he's only if we're fascist. So that to me seems like an urgent one. This one, certainly something to think about when war's kicking off. And then bulwark against Bolshevism, that we're fully independent. Factory output and dockyard plus 5. But it's going to piss Russia off. Danzig for guarantees. The German Empire is the equivalent at peace with Poland, not in a faction. Germany offers a guarantee for Poland. Safeguard. Basically, we're playing the opposite of what we're basically guaranteeing these guys. And I guess, you know, they're the guys, certainly Finland, that Russia starts on per the historical narrative. I'm going to go for this because it's 35 days and we need the infrastructure abilities, and we can also change something back at home. Chief of the Navy, I wanted Raider just so we can start getting more experience points. That'll do. Fuel refining. Engineering, that's ahead. Air. I'm just thinking, it's all ahead. Range improvements with fuel tanks. It's not worth the penalty, I don't think. Having messed around with this for a while. Photo reconnaissance. I've never done that. Certainly worth having. 32 days. Same with the one for the cruiser. Of course, the dual purpose gun is brilliant, but that is still a ways ahead of time. What I'm going to do. Let's go for the sonar, because that I think is important to put on destroyers, to look for enemy subs at any point, and the sooner we can fit them, you know, the more destroyers we're going to have kitted out, ready to go when it's when they're needed. Tank, you can go with Heinz. Free civilian factories. Well, at this stage, just build more, I guess. These two states have a lot of free slots. We've only got 1 out of potential 9. This one's 0 out of 7. We're only 60% sorted in terms of infrastructure. This one here, 1 out of 7. So I think it's worth putting infrastructure down on all of these 3. And then when it's done, you know, just maxing out potentially the military factories on that side. That's what I like to do, because usually, like, you're up against the UK and you know, France in the early, but mainly UK on this side. So I don't like to put too many military factories down here. These are already maxed out and we're working on them. So I guess we'll go down here. What's that? Württemberg and Oberbayern. And then I'll put a synthetic and a synthetic. Then a military. And then we'll see what's next. Hindenburg's gone bang. Yunnan joins the Chinese United Front. They seek strength in numbers. So the Chinese United Front's getting strong then over in the Far East. And yeah, so we got that 35-day one. Return of the Kaiser. Can we get this now? We've got more than 40% support. Yeah, it's at 43. So let's get the Kaiser back in. So we've revived the Kaiser Reich. Now it's time for the Kaiser to show up. And then what sort of benefits is that going to bring? Well, it increases the world tension. What doesn't? And Germany gets the event, lifts the exile of Wilhelm II. Who knows who that is? Some dude that Germany kicked out at some point. And that unlocks sea to the Eastern Front. Lithuania gets an event. Germany demands Memel. And then it adds land forts on 3 provinces on the eastern border. Sounds good. Sounds good. Let's begin that. So I'm guessing there's even more territory somewhere over here that belong to Germany that is going to be hooked back together. Oh my goodness, the Chinese front has had about 4 or 5 more nations join. Is it kicking off there yet? Because Japan starts on China. I mean, Japan was insane. Starting on China and the USA. And of course, they were doing shenanigans down here with Australia and all these other, you know, smaller countries, let's just say. But I mean, Japan basically doing kind of what Germany did, but on the other half of the planet, right? Disperse industry. Just taking on impossible odds as if, like, as if they ever could. I mean, who knows what that was really all about. All right, let's give those over to this guy. And again, we'll just leave him training. Research slot, we've got 2. How are we doing over here? They're about half a year ahead. Don't want to waste anything on ahead of times unless we've got big bonuses. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go for this just so we can get some armored trains and potentially some Doras knocked out. And the signal company, because I like to put those into the panzer divisions, and we may as well get on with that as well. Speaking of stuff, how are we doing? We're short on trucks, we're short on light tanks. So we'll come over to our production menu. Tanks. And we'll go up to 5 factories. Trucks. Go up to 3. We're short on rubber by 3. It makes sense to increase our trade. I realize it costs a factory, but if we are going to trade, we best be sure that we can use the rubber. So I think what I'll do is, after this has been done, we'll mill factories, mill, and then that'll be another 3 military factories. That's going to increase our production and our rubber demand. Then we'll talk about a trade. And well, again, once we've got our once we've got enough to get Heinz Guderian in, and I think we'll allow it to queue up. Amelia Earhart disappears. Wasn't she the one? No, she weren't the one. But, you know, there was 2 or 3 women from way back when that were setting aviation records. Who really know? Like, from a time before, you know, it was a time before, you know, it was all, you know, the women was like put into the workplace and everything. You know, way back then, you know, just the way it was, right? You know, the woman was the homemaker generally, right? And so to have 2 or 3 women back then that were setting records in aviation wise is, of course, there was that Amy Johnson as well. You know, kind of put the trend, really, didn't it, on what women were achieving back then. And I wonder, you know, and I wonder why. Like, I mean, clearly you can't just get in a plane and fly it around. You have to have had some money to do so. And it's like, so where does the money come from? I mean, have you got a friend, a family member? Is some random company sponsoring you because they see that you were good with your skills? Who knows? Return of the Kaiser completed. And I assume he's going to come back. I'm going to see to the Eastern Front just to get Memel back, as well as the land forts. And then as soon as that's basically secured, if that's the way we want to view it, we'll come over the industrial side. Who knows if this is the most efficient way to play again. I'm never someone that's going to play it over and over and get the exact number of days, and then we'll switch this one around and we can research halfway and then queue up, and then, you know, I know there's people that do that. To me, that's not playing. That's turning a game into a scientific number juggling exercise, which isn't. I find that fun. Japan kicks off on China, and the Kaiser returns. And before I hit it, I'm not going to read all the bumf, but look at all the bonuses we get. Stability plus 10 is going to continue reducing the support for democracy, and he's going to increase a load of other modifiers, or rather decrease the negative aspects of, you know, air chiefs, conscription laws, trade laws, economic laws. Everything basically gets a nice buff because of having this guy back. And Kaiser, again, the emperor, right, is supposedly better than a king. Although don't tell the royal family. Wilhelm II returns to the German Empire. Long live the Kaiser. Marco Polo Bridge. The Japs and the Chinese are at it over there. Interesting times indeed. So if we take a little look, although we're not going to get specific information, here's where it's all kicking off, where we see these little icons. Ways a ways over there. Not something that we need to worry about. Equipment conversion, not really. We're not converting anything, at least not yet. I don't think we have enough refineries to gain too much from doing this. How are we doing over here? Still half a year's. Gonna need that at some point. in its own right as an anti-tank gun, and the buffs it gives to, you know, we can use the gun built into tanks. We see it there, which is kind of important. We've got the sonar, so I think I'm going to start on that. The improved catapult is quite important for cruisers. I'm going to go with it. Let's just get this research done with. There we go. And we're almost there to get Heinz recruited. There we go. Assuming we can, right? Because there's a couple that, you know, like Goering, that won't come if we're not fascists. And we can. The Blitzkrieg Theorist. Usual buffs, it would seem brilliant. And with those, the doctrines, yeah, now become even cheaper thanks to that guy. And we've got 200 army experience, so we can get the delay, the elastic defense, and the Blitzkrieg Spearhead doctrine. And that's great. And then we'll use the other 60. I'm going to use those to just rejiggle the divisions a little bit. Infantry division, I'm in for a start. Combat width of 18. Never thought that was great. Cavalry recon. I may even buff it up to 20. Tell you what. Gonna put a couple of artillery units on the back. Just one actually. That makes it 21. I'm going to duplicate that, and that's going to be my first little modification. And that's going to be my inf 21, because it's 21 width, and I'm going to call it arty just so I know that that's got arty in it. Save. Bring that to the top. I'm going to stop recruiting these when they're done. Start training those ones instead. Franken, similar sort of a thing. Panzer, we've not yet got what is it, the support one, the one that increases their organization and that, but we do got the AAA, and I like to put these in with these. I think they serve them very well, as well as the infantry actually, but certainly here as well. And I may even put another truck on to increase the combat with yeah, go on then. I mean, it gives benefits to basically everything, except it costs a shed load more to run, and obviously more stuff to produce. But take a look at some of these. Yeah, let's go for it. I'm going to hit save. We've probably not got enough stuff. And there, no. We need 105 more trucks to fill the existing divisions, and we've got none available. So we're short on trucks. We know, but it's going to sort itself out. And the army, I want to put the air guns on here because, you know, buffs across the board always were not as big as they used to be. But nevertheless, you know, the Germans could use their AAA guns against tanks. That was, you know, it's kind of famous that, you know, it was like a... It could do everything. It could be fired against troops, and it was, you know, and the troops liked the guns for that. So we'll save that as well. And then my aim is all these older infantry template guys, as we get enough equipment, is going to be moved over to this newer template where they've got more stuff. So I may even decommission. Oops, not that one. Decommission the older template there, just so it stands out to me, you know, where guys are here that are basically ready to be moved up. I say ready. It all depends on having enough equipment to do so. You see, we're short on AAA. Are we even producing? And we're not. So, anti-air, there we go. Put that in there. Waiting for factories. I'm just going to set one because, of course, the rubber thing was an issue as well. Military factories. Westfalen. go.
Angetreten.
Unassigned divisions. So these were the last 4 of the old template to come out. I'll give him with our infantry expert there to sort out. Research is coming good. Yellow River Brown in a last-ditch attempt to halt the oncoming might of the Japanese forces. The network of dikes and flood defenses along the Yellow River were destroyed by the Chinese army. The ensuing flash floods have displaced large numbers of the rural population who were given only a brief window to prepare. It remains to be seen if this act can buy the Chinese military enough time to regroup and face further combat. Yeah, so, you know, unfortunately, the innocent bystanders getting caught up. That seems to be a general theme, doesn't it, of war. Sometimes I wonder if that's the real objective, right? But now, every time there's been a big war and then, whatever happens, and then a few years later, it kind of goes back to the way it was, right? The similar, not always, but, the same countries exist in the same sort of places, sometimes a little bigger or a slightly different shape. And the real people that suffered were the ones that, are no longer there, right? And the family and all the rest of it that suffer the... Anyways. Right, this guy here, Destroyer, 40 days. Quite a quick one. Gets a few buffs across the board. Let's go for it. Lithuania folds Memel. Excellent. The Lithuanian government have agreed to our demands. Memel will be reincorporated back into East Prussia. Yet another unlawfully stolen province has returned to the German nation. Excellent. Yes, of course, before WW1, Germany was a lot bigger than it is now. And after they lost these wars, all the surrounding countries took a bite out of what was Germany. And of course, in large part, that was, well, at least responsible on paper for the motivations towards reclaiming the territories that then eventually led to World War II, right? So Memel ways a ways up here. I mean, look how far up we're going here. Probably talking about 1,000 miles or getting that way from, Berlin. Right, new national focus, what we got. Treaty with it? Nah, I don't know. I'm thinking down this way now. Is there anything else here? I mean, we secured the front. I don't want to guarantee these guys, because if Russia kicks off, we're forced into, we're forced into action unless we, renounce our support for these guys, and then that costs us in other ways. And I know Russia are quite weak at this stage in history, 1937, but after about 41, late 1940, early 41, certainly throughout 41, Russia suddenly get really, really strong. And so if we're going to take them on, I guess it's got to be sooner rather than later. But waiting for them to attack, they're probably going to wait until they're strong. So I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do about Russia. Certainly, I'm in no fit state to go in now. So I'm not sure what to do now. I guess carry on building up our industry and our war machine as quick as we can. And, somebody starts somewhere and it's a suitable time for us to get involved, we'll get involved. Other than that, I guess it's a case of working down the focus tree and, seeing where we go. I mean, it would seem that... Alright, so tackle the communist threat against Bolshevism. It would seem that basically Kaiser's focus tree puts you against Russia sooner or later. And based on the fact that Russia gets stronger the longer we wait, I'm thinking, yeah, we need to think about the sooner rather than the later. Do we get any bonuses for safeguarding the Baltic? Not really. So it would make and supporting the Finns. That gives us 5% on the factory. So there is a purpose there. Danzig for guarantees. We could do that. And we guarantee Poland their territory. Don't forget, at the start of the war, it weren't just Germany that went into Poland. Russia went in as well from the other side. And they split Poland in half. Of course, that didn't turn everybody against Russia. So again, there's some, weird anomalies, aren't there? But in any case, it looks like Russia's on the chopping block. So we are going to go down there after we've done our industry. So I'm going to go that. That's the plan. Let's take a look at our air. How are we doing? These guys are trained, but we're 2 guys short. Hartmann's got his guys. He's ready. So I don't know. We'll split these guys up. Stop them training. These are full on the squadron, so we'll get those guys training. And as soon as these say 100%, it's got to be like, come on, one more plane out the factory, surely. How long does it take to produce one plane? Oh my goodness, then we lose one, I guess due to accidents. We'll have to stop these guys training. I'll tell you what, they're just going to have to go across as is. I realize when they get one new guy, they're going to lose their status, but it seems like they're crashing more than we can produce. More research. These are getting close. Let's go for the excavation. Yeah, let's go for the excavation. And the next thing, I have more than enough Navy points now, experience, instilled aggression, and flexible contract. Because there's more, there's 2 types of cruiser that you build. There's only 1 type of destroyer. And so it makes sense to reduce the cost on the cruisers because you've got your regular and your heavy. And so if you can knock back the cost by 60 to 80%, not cost in terms of materials, but in terms of designing. This game has a weird thing where if you're designing stuff on a ship, it takes huge amounts of naval experience off you. So if you can reduce the cost by 60 to 80% on a ship that you basically need to design twice, once for the lighter, once for the heavy, to me it's a no-brainer. You've got subs and that's it. You've got destroyers and that's it. Granted, you could say, well, you've got miners and the defensive. I know, but you've got that on cruisers as well. So it's cruisers. Subs, that was it. The variant. So this is just the early one. But with some of the experience we've got left, a second lot of torpedo tubes, that's going to cost 5 naval points we're going to save. And then, we'll top up our subforce with these guys. We'll put 5 dockyards on it. The destroyer, I wanted to change that a bit and put the sonar on. That's going to cost 5. I realise some of these things can be upgraded. It's not worth the Navy XP. Until we get over to 1939, and we're only a year and a ways off. The sonar, it didn't have one, and of course, it needs to really to go after subs. Perhaps, maybe, how much? Oh, we ain't got level 2 on the depth charges anyway, so I'm going to go with that. Again, another 5 XP. So the destroyer of the old design will make sure that's the last one out. Cruisers, this is now where we get our reduction in costs. So when we change stuff, it's not going to cost 5 XP, but much less. So for example, they're 2 XP instead of 5 for the sonar. I'm thinking of improving the engine. That's going to take 1. We'll have to see. Let's do some of the other stuff. AAA, 2, yeah. Fire control, nothing there worth that doing. The secondary battery, look at the light attack and piercing. This one makes quite a large difference. I'm going to put that on. And again, AAA here is at 6. That makes it 7. That adds 1 more cost on. Torpedo tubes, we can put that up to the second level. That goes from 18 to 24. And then we've got the batteries up top. Like, this is a light cruiser. We've got 1. If we set that to battery 2, you see the improvements are there, but much smaller than they were versus that secondary battery. So I'm not going to change that because I'm thinking it's worth bringing my old cruisers in and refitting them. You see the cost there, currently 880. If we start changing the guns, it drastically changes that, and the engine as well. We've also got the aircraft, and we researched Catapult level 2, and if we look here, surface detection as well as subs, that increases that as well. Yeah, so we'll go with that. And out there, I'm not going to bother putting a sonar on these cruisers because they're not going to be wandering out by themselves anyway. They're going to be hooked up with destroyers. And even if they had to for a short while, they have a very limited ability to detect them with the aircraft on board. So I'm going to save that there. That's going to be my early cruiser design, light cruiser. So I'll save that. I may even order a couple to be built, as well as refitting the existing guys. And of course, then we can change our heavy cruiser for the reduction in cost. This guy, Panzer Schiff. So this one up here takes 1,800 people. This one here takes 800 people to run. So that's quite a difference. But if you look in terms of cost, they're not too dissimilar. You know, and when you think this one's over twice as many people as this one, working on it when it's ready. Imagine 1,800 people on one boat. I mean, that's a lot of people to feed and, you know, find a bed and all the rest of it for. Create variant. What's this do? So this, it's more almost like a battleship, this one. And this is a slightly newer tech one as well, what we got here. Well, I tell you what, this one's already looking better to begin with. We see we've got some level 2 guns here. I'm going to upgrade this one. Whether I build another one or not is probably a little late. But for example, if we upgrade this, you see the refit cost. I don't know why it says 8,003 to begin with. We've not even changed anything. Costs more to refit than produce a new one. But if we take a look here, 529. Actually, surely it doesn't cost 10% of what it would cost to create a new one just to put catapult 1 to 2. That almost defeats the object when you... I don't know. No point putting a sonar on this thing. It's not going after subs. It's going after surface targets. The only thing that we could do is give it a nice secondary battery. That's going to enable it to go after smaller boats as well as the larger ones. And if we look at the refit cost, that's only slightly more than putting the aircraft from level 1 to level 2. I think I am going to go with that one, and we will refit what we've got. At least that's the plan. How much does it cost to upgrade these? Oh, almost nothing. Well, we'll certainly do that. AAA, of course, these things are going to be vulnerable from attack from the air. 5 to 6. Yeah, let's just do it. 6 to 7. Refit cost is still under 1,000. Let's go with it. And let's rename it something suitable. So we'll call it the 1936. I'm just going to call it the Hipper Mark II. Just like that. Save as new. I don't know. Yeah, let's save it as new. I've done it now. Save, rather than just completely replacing the old guy. And then, you know, We can create either or. I may order one of them to be created as well. And then the other one's going to be there to upgrade the other two that are older. We'll order one, that's it. And we'll put 5 dockyards on it as and when they become available. Outdated equipment. It's the old destroyer. Well, it's almost finished. I'm not going to cancel something that's 50% done that we can upgrade anyways. Insufficient. We're short on rubber. We know it. Modify government ship designer. Well, the Atlantic fleet is, you know, carriers and capital ships. This one gives benefit to everything else. No-brainer. Blorman Voss. At least in the early stages, right? Later in the war, you might want to change that round. What we got here? These guys. Well, the training. They've got the numbers. We've got our heavily armoured train created, which is good. Germany sometimes runs short on trains, which, you know, you needed to move shit round. Supply your armies. Yeah, we've only got 61 spare. That's plenty for now. I'll have to keep an eye on that because, you know, as the war unfolds and supply lines get longer, we need more and more trains. We may have to sort that out then. That's on the way. So how are we doing here? Well, it's the rubber and oil. I keep looking at these. I'm just going to get them sorted out. We'll start on the oil. Actually, no rubber because we know we're shorter on that. There's the oil. There, they're both on the way. Insufficient. Well, we're now 4 short on rubber. And when that gets to about 5 or 6, we'll start importing. Panzers, I'm putting them with Guderian. I'm not going to train them yet just because, well, we can't really afford the attrition. Speaking of attrition, I want the guy who helps with attrition, if I can have him. Where is he? Army Logistics, this guy, and I can. Oh, and he's much cheaper as well, higher than he used to be. That's, I think, due to the Kaiser. We'll get him, guy. That's gonna. We'll get him, guy. We'll get him, and that guy is gonna reduce the amount of attrition we get. Werner von Fritz, is it? Who knows? -8. 3 civilian factories. Great. More military. More military. And then you're going to max out these 3. And then we'll put stuff over there. Down the right then, down the usual way. Signal company, we've got more spare military factories. And we're short on trucks. To make up for it. Let's trade. There we go. Depth charge is going to be useful. Are these? Oh, they're almost in range. So this war between China and Japan is escalating, and I don't know. I mean, I've got to be thinking long term here. Obviously, Japan taking on America, as well as China, and basically, if they don't win, that's going to be a bigger enemy for me to deal with. If they do win, then I'm going against China. So I guess I've got to play the role of trying my best to support the weaker country just so they can keep taking each other out. And, you know, that sort of tactic I think the CIA is famous for, right? They just keep funding it in where it's needed to prop the weaker side up to keep it going. Unless, of course, they want one side to win outright, then it's... But... yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Wow, this thing's still going down here. Can I get involved? Oh, I can now get involved. All right, how many can I send in? 2 divisions. Right. Well, better late than never. We'll send in these 2. So they, hang on, have we researched the... We do now have Signal Company. That's what I was looking for. They improved the initiative. Well, it's the initiative is really right. Breakthrough a little bit, but initiative. Right. Ideally need more trucks because the 26 organization is not great. 31 is much better. Problem is we're slightly short on trucks. I guess if we make it high priority, let's just do it.
All right.
So the 2 that are already vetted up, I'm just going to move those away for now. We'll put them with Baldy just for now.
Angetreten.
And then Guderian, we'll call it Panzer 1. We'll send this guy in. I don't know, something a little more, something like that. There we go.
Angetreten.
Delete their orders. Send volunteers. It's going to be with air, Heinz Guderian. In you go. And they will allow. Great.
Angetreten.
And while they're on their way, finally we got the first 2 divisions of the new kind. So these were the guys that have 1 artillery piece, as well as a cavalry and AAA. And they're all kitted out, so that's nice.
Befehle.
None of the old ones will be coming through anymore. We'll give 2 of those to Bock. And I wonder, these 3 divisions with Bock. We don't have enough AAA, but regardless, that's what's going to be going Bock's way. Research, we've got this one here. Still 0.1 of the year. Just to make sure we don't lose anything on the ahead research. There we go. So I'm going to go with improved infantry equipment because that's stuff that needs to be built. This one over here is just a bonus that applies anyway. So it makes sense to get the equipment sorted first and then a bonus that's timeless, you know, rather than producing older equipment for longer. That's what I'm trying to say. Well, this one's fully vetted up. We'll bring him down here. Does Hartmann have... Hartmann does have the newer kind. So I'm going to bring him down there. I'm going to send Hartmann in with Heinz Guderian to fight once that's done. These guys... I'm just going to issue them a new theatre and put them on top priority. Just so the reinforcements come to this particular wing. And same with Heinz is going to be added onto the new wing. We'll approve bomber production, whatever. And then we'll just call this the Spanish wing just for now. And with them having the high replacement priority, you know, because we haven't really got enough stuff to meet demand, the stuff at home is going to be, you know, last priority. Just while this civil war is concluding. Doctrines available. Air. Well, let's go for it. Dive bombing. Hopefully we'll be able to unlock 1 or 2 more with this little war. And yeah, 1 more factory on the airframe. The fighters. 1 more factory's queued up for that. That's fine. And these larger bombers... Oh, they only take 1 rubber each, do they? I always thought they were 2. Well, in any case... One more military factory, I don't know. Franken. just to try and make sure we've got enough tactical bombers being created to cover reinforcements, and if we don't, we'll have to produce another factory. Come on, how long's it taken him to get there?
Achtung!
Here he is. How has he lost all his experience on the way here? Oh, whatever. How are we doing for trucks? We haven't even got enough trucks to have this guy enforced. Do we have a... We don't even have a field marshal spare. I'll tell you what, we'll have to...
Bereit!
We'll have to reassign the one from home, this guy. I realise it's not going to be instantaneous, but...
Angetreten!
And then we need the air from the Spanish. They're working for Heinz. Air superiority, close air support. He's bringing them in, that's great.
Befehle?
And then Heinz, well, start tickling away. I don't know, something like that. I don't want to give him the best route. Again, I want to hopefully grind this out a little bit. And of course, the Spanish volunteers, high priority on everything, because it's the only conflict that there is. And one of them's already now gotten a little bit of experience. Alright, let's continue down here. Modify government. What else we got? Material designer. Let's go for it. Weapons. I want the artillery really, because there's like three columns for the artillery, so we don't have enough. Oh. Doctrines. Schwerpunkt. Effect tanks organizations increases tanks and armor variants recovery rate. Yeah, so that's kind of important for the armor stuff.
Bereit! Achtung!
Go on, attack. Not attacking. Just give him a larger front. I realize it's far from efficient, but there we go. They're going. Free civilian factories and free military factories. Brilliant. So the problem was we're short on tactical bombers. We're short on trucks. Production, we've got spare rubber, which is great. So one more on trucks. That's that one. And then one more on tactical bombers. I realise the factory's not ready yet, but it will be soon. Yeah, so tactical bombers, just one rubber per... That must have been a change since they, they added the aircraft designer in. I get you seal the fuel tanks and whatnot, it's going to cost more. Military factories, 1, 2. And then more civilian ones. Well, that's going to be down there. I don't know. Brandenburg. And then we'll just max it out there. There we go. One more oil refinery down here. Computer machine, that's important. That's going to make everything research a little bit quicker. The basic fire control. Radar. Finally got a naval doctrine ready. Well, I've got the designs as I want them for now. I like to go this one first and then basically the sub one. I think the cruiser stuff is quite important for defensive reasons.
Ausrücken!
I don't really want to assist in the destruction of this area because it's going to get them surrendering quicker. I'll tell you what, let's delete that and get them over there as quickly as possible.
Zeigt es ihnen! Angetreten.
And go. That's more like it. Hey, they're pretty good already. Look at them how they're just cutting through and slicing up that area.
Ausrücken!
Alright, what else we got? Available planes in reserves. And those are probably fighters, right? Indeed. 1, 2. Send those to Brandenburg. Get them training. Unfortunately, there's not enough of anything else yet. Until there's a full fighter wing, that I just don't see the point in training them. We've got one moto guy. We'll send that with Bok.
Achtung!
And Bok's other moto who's ready. I don't know. We'll put him with Baldy. Research again. We're progressing through the tree now. Basic fire control. This is going to really help with our navy. These are still too far ahead. Survivability studies. I'm going to go with that. I realise we're short on rubber being Germany, but we'll manage it somehow. Modify officer corps. We get one more guy in. Rommel. Well, he's going to help with the tanks. Let's get Rommel.
Angetreten.
And like that, Heinz has helped with these guys. And so now, well, if you've got time, we'll just tell him to go. Oh, Spain's annexed. There we go. It's all over in Spain. At least we were able to get a few experience points, certainly with the air. We've also come down to the extra research slot, which matters. This got weapons 68 years. So this, sorry, 6.68 years. This here, again, anytime. It's ready to go. We'll do it when everything else is kind of at a weird point. Military police, we're going to need that at some point, but how are we doing for tanks? Going to need to research this one just to get to the 1940s tank. Which is still a ways off. Until then, light tank's going to be where it's at. I guess the basic armor protection matters. We'll get that one sorted. I'm looking to put the anti-tank gun on my light tanks, at least initially. And as well as have a specific anti-tank infantry division, which I'll set up now. So these guys duplicate. I don't think I've researched. No, I haven't researched it yet. So when they're researched, this division's basically going to be the same, but instead of having regular artillery, we'll have the anti-tank artillery in, and they'll just, hopefully the generals will put them in where they're needed when they're going against armored divisions. Air, we were able to get the air, direct ground support, 20% increase. That's good. How are we doing here? Volunteer forces that we sent to Spain have returned home, and they're almost fully vetted up, especially this guy. So we'll put those on exercises, and then they'll be... Yeah, look, a millisecond with this guy. He's already a regular, and he may as well be given the guys that were with Baldy. There we go. Heinz Guderian now managing his 4 panzer divisions. And they can be training. I may as well train near the capital. And I want him to have a couple of trucks as well. More civilian factories spare. How many do we have? 60. With May 38. One, 2, 3. One more oil refinery down there. Bayern 1. Another oil refinery. And then military factories will fill the rest of Bayern. So that's the plan for the foreseeable. And another one, if we look at railways, I seem to think there's this weird... Yeah, this one here, I think, over the Rhineland's kind of important. Because if anything militarily goes on over here, having this level 2, you know, to improve the access, not least if it gets bombed and it gets reduced to level 1 while repairs are done. If one gets bombed and gets reduced to 0, well, they're completely cut off. There is another ways around here, but, you know, it all gets bombed, really. And to improve this area, 1 to 2, 1 to 2, 1 to 2, everything comes out the capital. All right, that'll do. Modify government, tank, aircraft and material designer. Let's go for material just so it's done. Weapons, oh no, we want the artillery. That was it. Spare military factories, we've got 3 rubber spare, and so aircraft. Naval bomber, we're short on that. And maybe create a variant. What about electronics and bombing site? I'm sure we researched the spy, or is it still... Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Okay, we'll leave it be. Excuse me. Oh, a bit slow on the mute there. And then I double tapped it because I was coughing. You don't need... Anyway, sorry, yeah, still recovering. So this field marshal that we used in Spain, Gerd von Wundstedt, we'll bring him back up here.
Achtung!
Heinz. Well, we'll put him under Gunther. Decisions to be made. Recall. Oh, we can recall that guy. He becomes a general. It's going to cost us 25. From the lion from East Africa. So I guess this guy is probably got some, you know, traits for where it's hot versus cold. Well, let's just bring him so we've got him.
Angetreten.
New Panzer. Well, with Heinz.
Achtung!
Bulgaria seeks Balkan claims warranted. A delegation from Bulgaria has approached our government asking for our support for their claims in the Balkans and are seeking to secretly negotiate and secure the Bulgarian territorial expansion in the region in the near future in exchange for the Bulgarian alignment with the German Empire and the country's entry into the full stop. So we recognise their claims, or we'll rearrange it as we see fit. Well, at this point, I feel like we want people on our side. We'll agree. And then if Bulgaria, you know, who's down here, you know, joins our side, fine.
Bereit.
Division, give them to... Oh no, Box, I think Box got enough up there. It's a small border. I'll give them over to Baldy. Baldy's covering this front. By the way, I just realised we haven't a front here. Survivability studies and research slot. Fantastic. Alright, so I'm going to go with this first. No, where are we? Do they? Oh, maximum of infrastructure. Yeah, that's what I want. We need a new general with divisions covering the front line, and now we've got our extra research slot. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Yeah, so this one, let's just do it and I'll give it a go. I've never used it before. I don't know if there's any point to doing so. We shall see. Let's unlock the anti-tank. Need it to do our anti-tank divisions as well as sort out our tanks. So now it kind of feels like a normal Hearts of Iron 4 play in Germany. You're sort of It just feels like you're a little bit behind the times because of the Civil War. But of course, I'm thinking, you see, if we're guaranteeing these countries rather than picking on them, if that's what we do, the Soviet attacks them, clearly we're going to be against Russia as well. But we're not, at least to begin with, going to be against these guys, which means, we can focus entirely on the Soviets rather than fighting a war on two fronts. I don't know. And then we'll have to see. But it feels like it's going to delay the game by a year or two, which means everybody else is going to be, unless they're fighting their own war in some way, which, I mean, who are they going to be fighting? Because we're not fighting them. So I don't know. Everybody's going to get stronger while we're in a war, which may not be to our benefit. I guess the only thing keeping things in flux are the Japs with the Chinese. And I'm just thinking, we know that they lose eventually to America. So maybe we need to see if we can offer them support to at least upset that balance. If nothing else, prolong the war. Who knows exactly, but I mean, we don't want Japan steamrolling everything, but nor do we want them losing. I just feel like long term, I'm thinking like 3, 4, 5, even 6 years down the line at this stage. We need to be helping these guys. We know that they're capable of holding out till at least 45 per historical narrative. That said, they were aligned with Germany at that point. I don't know about aligning with them now, I mean, we're doing everything different. What options do we even have? Well, we're not friendly terms to begin with. The only thing we can do is improve relations. It seems we can't even offer them a Lend-Lease. We need world tension at least 20. Currently 19. Oh, we're right on the brink, though. And clearly we'll offer them our old, any old pieces of, crap that we've got laying around. Speaking of which, we need more guys on AAA. There we go. Basic armor, more research. Let's get the MPs done. Let's pause. Lithuania. What? Lithuania declares war on Poland? Are you guys serious? How are you going to be able to fight that? Are they sure? I mean, am I missing something or what? We could up the radar. Yeah, that would be a good move, I think. We're a little short on fuel, so I may just up our trade again. Everything through the UK at the minute. Again, thinking long term, do we really want to be assisting the UK? I tell you what, let's trade with Iran instead. I realise Iran at some stage joins the Allies, but it's not a given. Belgium have got 8 pieces of rubber, so we'll just knock back the amount of rubber we're dealing with. Again, the more factories we trade in with the UK, the quicker they're going to build up. And I'm not sure if we're ever going to be against them on this. It seems a little dicey. I think it's time to form an intel agency as well. The app there. Because I want to have a bit more... Oh my... Lithuania, why did you do it, man? You just... The 4th International Communist delegates from around the world met in Paris for a founding conference laying the groundwork for what has been known as the 4th International. Calls for its formation have existed for years, with supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead. Stalin has responded with growing support for Trotskyism abroad by ordering additional assassinations and increasing propaganda against his old rival. Change of popularity in communism, 5%. Doctrines. We've got yet more. We can afford the Blitzkrieg, which gives us better organization as far as infantry goes, as well as, well, that's basically it. Slight improvement for tanks and a recovery rate. Other benefits to stuff. We're not using armored cars yet. The reason I like armored cars on this is normal trucks take rubber to produce and armored cars don't. And, you know, in terms of in a combat role, they serve a similar sort of a function. So if you're short on rubber, build armored cars. Top tip of the week. We'll give that to Baldy. How are we doing with spare? We're short on AAA. Hungary renounces the Treaty of Trianon. So it looks like Hungary was at their hands tied as well after the World War One. And it looks like they've said, sod that, we're doing our own thing. Poland wins this war. I have no idea what Lithuania was doing. Then there was a treaty, so I guess Lithuania thought shit and agreed to hang on to this. I don't know why Poland would even accept. I mean, there was steamrolling, whatever. And we finished with our Reich autobahns, which, you know, allow us for better speed of building stuff. And I don't know, usually I like to go left, but I'm just wondering, can we swing these guys onto our side this time? It's quite a time to wait for the benefit, although if you do, this benefit, the integrated war economies outweighs the German war economy. But if you can't integrate these two, I don't know, we'll just have to see. Meanwhile, $38. I mean, this gives us 5% of out the factories and dockyards right away. And I don't see why we need to wait anymore. I mean, we're getting into the second half of 1938 here. We already know we're going to go for Russia. This is not going to do anything other than signal to everyone that that is our intention. It's going to grant us 5% for the rest of the game buff on factories and dockyards. We may as well go for it. I also want to safeguard. I don't know. I don't know if I want to safeguard the Baltic per se. I don't meet the requirements. Pan-Prussian militarism. I have to have that. Oh, this one. Training time -10. Well, that's always a good thing. All right, let's go for it, and then we'll push down there. 35 days. Modify government. What can we do now? Few political advisors. I don't convert between military and civ, so to me this guy's always a bit of a pointless one. Data support for the unaligned anti-fascist agent. Economist. Production efficiency cap +5. That's certainly worth having. At least long term, the more factories you get, basically, the better this guy is going to be worth. And the elusive gentleman, which gives us an extra agent on the intel agency. And then we've got aircraft. It's going to be Messerschmitt at least initially. And then, because we're playing against the AI, not against a... At some point, I'm going to go against a player. It's Henschel for me. The max speed and the reliability. I know some people prefer the infantry one, but... Alright, I'm starting to get... I don't know. I want the war to kick off. Let's just get... I'm going to have to try and speed things up a little bit. Economist, let's go. Tactical bombers, we're still short, but we're slowly getting there. Everything else is looking good. We've got our photo recon now. These guys that are training are all sorted. So I'm going to put one over in West Germany. One over in... No, we've already got South, so one over in the North. course, the Spanish air wing has returned. We'll redesignate those back into the regular German one. We got any? No new aces. And yet another research slot. 0.24 years ahead of the heavy MG. Don't want to forget that. I'm going to go for that. Right, naval stuff. We're getting close to being able to upgrade, you know, some key components here on the Navy side of things. I want to make sure that certainly these can get done. Magnetic detonate. This is a good buff. We need that. It's going to cost us potentially 50 XP, but that chops it in half from 194 days to 88. That's more. That's 150%. Yeah, that is well worth it. So I'm going to spend that. Right, we're getting down here. So bulwark against Bolshevism. Eyes all on Russia. Navy, we've got a load of stuff, including some old destroyers that may want upgrading. Now, these have been training the whole time. They can stop. They're all vetted up. As can Dernitz's subs. However, this guy, battleships, he needs some more regular destroyers defending. I'm going to start with 4. And then that additional cruiser. Well, to begin with, I'm going to put it down here with the heavy cruisers. And then this entire flotilla, this one is gonna train. They need vetting up. And that's going to get me more experience points. And we're finally able to recruit our first special agent. And I'm thinking... I want to use him or her more defensively. And I'm thinking this guy here. Anna Becker. Oh, she's going to be used to defend our German Empire. Anti-tank weapon done. Let's keep it rolling here. Slightly ahead of time, but we're quickly catching up. MP's on the way. Armor. Let's just... how far are we here? Let's just get the 38 tank done and out of the way as well. The middle tank. Finally, we've got enough torpedo bombers in the wing. We'll start training that. We've got loads of other aircraft that are ready, which is nice. Improved fire control system. That's going to help our Navy when it's done. I'm glad they don't have the, you know, they used to have it, whereas the more you improve the fire control system, the increasingly unreliable the ship got, and it made it pointless to get. And I'm glad they got rid of that. I don't know why they ever thought of having it in the first place. Got a motorized division ready, and yeah, we need this new general that we don't... Oh, there's that guy. What's he got? Media personality, war hero, trickster, jungle rat, and a new trait. Well, let's just get him in and on. We've got command power, improv expert. Yeah, let's go with the improv. Guerrilla's the easier one of the two, which we could get as well, but we're starting to run out of traits. This guy, very good on supply. And at least for now, he's going to form with that motorized. He's going to be covering the entire front line against Poland. Clearly not enough.
Bereit.
Another armored division together with Heinz, more free civilian factories. Great, great, great. Roads. I'm looking somewhere that I've got the most amount of free space on the coast. And I guess it's this one. And then that's going to have more naval yards. Get a couple more military factories. 1, 2, 3. Actually, just all the way, all the way. Civilian factories, well, 1, 2, 3. And then all the way civilian factories in Turing. And that's the plan, at least for now. Hang on. Oh, no. I didn't get a treaty with the USSR. Maybe it's bypass. Bulwark against Bolshevism. I don't want a treaty with them. This radar's 0.2 years ahead. What are these? 1 year. 0.02. So I'm going to unpause until we get into the year 1939. Then we'll start researching that new weapon. National focus. German Empire guarantees Poland. And it, assuming it goes to history, Russia, you know, takes... Let's just guarantee them, and then it's our excuse to get involved in the war, should Russia start. And hopefully, if they play per the history, despite us not, you know, secretly agreeing to carve up Poland ahead of time, they will. Let's get this weapon researched. This infantry equipment. New decisions, we're starting to run out of them, but that's fine. Messerschmitt for the air. For the fighters. More divisions. Let's put them in with this guy. Do we have enough? We're still short on AAA. Military police. Oh, we can get engineered too. So this is huge. There's a huge upgrade I've noticed on these. I'm not sure if it was always as big, but like plus 200% on the entrenchment. We get the flamethrower, light tank company. Well, all the tanks, but and the light tank company gives bonuses. Well, basically across the board. Medium tank. Same sort of bonuses, just bigger. And I guess the heavy tank even bigger, is it? Not really. So maybe the middle tank is the best one to go for. Either way, it's worth it for the entrenchment, I think. I've never really experimented very much with the flame tank support companies. I've done it and just not really thought about it. And every time it's already been at a time when, you know, it's going particularly well. Anyways, let's give him... So this guy's now got 2 divisions and he's a little happier about that. In fact, he's about a third... He's about a third happy that he can hold the front with just those 2 divisions, which is saying something. The improved radars, certainly. This. Oh, there we go. That's what we want. Want to have all that Navy stuff ready, so as soon as we research the new 1939 or 1940 model, Poland accepts offer. This blight of Versailles will be undone at last. Oh, so we actually get... Oh, that is huge. If I'd have known that, I'd have guaranteed them sooner. So we get a huge chunk back from Poland, and in exchange, we're guaranteeing their safety. So I'm going to rejig my field marshals now. So who's the guy who was better at attack? It was the guy on the left. And so this field marshal, at least for now, I'm going to keep him at home. And this guy
Treten.
is going to be used aggressively, so... Oops, that was not what I was intending to do.
Achtung.
Yeah, Rundstedt. So he stays at home with Bock's good at attack as well, but
Angetreten.
let's get this one back in. It's only going to take a moment to get in there. So this division here goes over there. They're staying at home.
Angetreten.
These guys potentially on the offensive.
Achtung.
So let's delete all of their orders. And I realise we're not going up against Poland, but nor do I want to enter into Poland. So I'm going to get as close as I can and we'll just border on. Poland returns Danzig. I mean, man, was Germany big? I didn't actually realise quite how big they were. Am I planning to make a normal Kaiserreich Großdeutschland? If I didn't know what that big Germany is, you could explain if you want. So hardly streams there offering to explain what big Germany was, the normal Kaiserreich. I'll tell you what, we'll play. You can try and explain it if you think you can in the limited space in chat. But I'm thinking ideological defense requires all of the following. I guess this pulls numerous allies in. Do you know what? I guess we got to get these on, and then what looks like an I was going to say communism pact, but it says Comintern pact. Either way, I guess we're all going to side up against Russia, including Poland, Austria, Lithuania, and 14 others. That's not that I'm going to have to go for. So safeguard the Baltic, the Finns. Hopefully we can get down there, formalize the treaty, and then tackle the threat. Let's go for it. We've got enough naval experience, so I'm going to work on the submarines now. Of course, Germany's big on the subs. Not least that the British could have kicked their ass in any other way, but their submarines could sneak around underneath at least the first half. Dönitz, well, he's got enough. These guys may need a little bit of training. So these three are going to form the first three of his third flotilla and make sure he knows they're to have 15. Großdeutschland, or just Big Germany, was the idea of the ultimate German state in Europe, meaning all German states and maybe provinces of the HRE would be made in one by Austria. So it was just an idea, was it? It wasn't ever like that before World War One, because again, I've got a limited understanding, but the way I understood it was Germany was a lot bigger pre-World War One. Somebody attacked Austria, and I don't want to get too political on it, but Austria was attacked, and Germany was basically backing up Austria, saying, "Hang on, Austria's an ally of ours. You've attacked Austria, so we've got to move in to help defend Austria." That brought Germany into the war. Now Germany's like a legit target. Everybody else starts going after Germany as well as Austria. Clearly Germany hasn't got a chance. And then when the war's over, Germany's broken off, and the Treaty of Versailles basically says not only is Germany broken off, but they've got to take full responsibility for the entire war and have got to pay these reparations to, France and whoever else. And that basically destroyed not just the territory of Germany, but destroyed them economically. And, that's why, we see those pictures of wheelbarrows full of money to buy loaves of bread and whatever it was. Hardy Stream says no. The Kaiserreich was the Klein Deutschland option, or the small Germany. In the Brothers, it was pretty much the question, big Germany or small Germany unification. The Brother War. Okay. In the Brother War, it was pretty much the question, a big Germany or the small Germany unification. Yeah, my understanding, you know, I clearly wasn't talking about the Reich. I guess I was just talking about the historical narrative. Of course, not really going into the Kaiserreich, because that was, you know, clearly before then even, wasn't it? Right, let's unpause, see if we can lure Russia in. We've got enough air experience. I always usually go formation flying, but fighter ace initiative. There is some boost where you can make fighter aces more effective, and so I'm going to go this side and see if we can get that fighter ace boost. Free dockyards. It's taken a long time to produce these large ships. I guess, oh no, I guess we must have just finished one. Well, one more 36 cruiser. The lighter cruisers, you know, I'm going to build one more. We've got 5 chromium plus, you know, 1 used here, 6, 7. So I'm going to finish off this Scharnhorst class. Once that's done, we'll rush this other one here. And we've still got 3 dockyards. Well, I guess you can hurry up on that. There's cruisers, and then when all of that's done, we may need some more destroyers. Assuming we're not upgraded by then. More civ factories. And I wanted to just fill this area with dockyards. So another 6 dockyards at Königsberg. And then mill factory. Westfalen. We'll fill that up. Hanover. I want to put some civilian there. And then the rest, potentially, dockyards. Fill Hessen up with roads. In fact, I'll move that up. Make sure that finishes first. And then fill these as well with roads. Again, roads just make stuff build quicker and it's just better all around. And then a radar. At the very least, we'll put one at Brandenburg. And potentially one over here. And potentially one over there. We'll have to see. We shall not sign their Faustian bargain, Turkey, and your stupid scams. No. 3 military factories. What are we short? And have we got everything now? I think we've got everything. So the way I'm going to decide which I need to build the most is by recruiting more of what I want. So 1 more motorized, 1 more panzer unit, a couple more arty of these types. Edit, duplicate. Do we have our anti-tank division? We do now. So this is going to be my anti-tank setup. I may keep the regular arty there. And I'll give them 1 more anti-tank. So the combat width 20. This is going to be my AT division. In 2080. And to make it absolutely stand out, I'm going to change the icon to this one. So that to me looks like an anti-tank kind of a symbol. Save. Keep one of those training. That's a start, and we'll see what we're short of now. Anti-air and anti-tank, and that's going to be where my construction goes first. So let's start with the anti-tank. Also the armoured trains, I may start producing that. I don't know, I'll put 2 factories on there. We'll start producing the armoured train. I'll put that at the top of the list, and I'll just have 1 factory producing the armoured trains. 6 rubber spare. Well, more air, more air, more air. What we got here? Hardy says, you maybe heard, you maybe didn't, but a far-right group was arrested by the police. It came out that a former member of the Bundestag was involved, as was the current ruling member of our monarchy family. You could question the ruling part, as the Hohenzollern are not in any kind of point of strength, influence, or might. And I didn't hear about that. Yeah, I didn't know that you had any sort of a monarchy at all, actually. Or that anybody would even call themselves in some way that. But it doesn't surprise me. I mean, the right, you know, I mean, I don't get involved in politics. To me, it's all a sham. It's left versus right. It's black versus white. It's man versus lady. It's abortion versus choice. It's just something to get people het up and arguing, and then you get arguing and you lose track on other things, and it's just pointless. Like, at the end of the day, there's powerful people in the background pulling strings that we can't see, and they're going to pull the right sort of strings just to make sure everybody's always arguing about something. And so to me, the best way to deal with that is to just avoid it and realize it's not that it doesn't matter. It's that it's like being in prison and you're against this massive stone wall, and it's like, sure, you can bang your head against it trying to escape, but at some point it's time to realize you ain't getting out through this big stone wall. And you got to think about doing something else. Now, whether that's sitting in the yard, playing with a ball, or thinking of some other way, but the way out is not to just do what has been done for time immemorial, which is one side against the other. And I just think it's a backwards way about doing things. And I know some people aren't going to like that, and they're going to say, no, my side's right and their side's wrong, and that's the end of it. And I just think, you know, I used to think like that once upon a time. I get it, but it's, you know, I'm just telling you, it's not the way forward. It isn't. And I've got like a million, well, not a million, but 1,000 years of history from any country that you pick to prove the point. Anyway, back to the game. These guys, Cruiser and Light and Heavy, I'm going to put these guys in with this guy, but rather than join an existing flotilla, these two, I may even get a couple of destroyers with them when they're ready. When it's time to kick off, these two are basically going to be on patrol and the rest of them on strike. So if these two run into anyone, the people who are on strike should come out of the harbour and basically help out. Until that point, we'll just have them on strike force anyway. How are these guys? Oh, they're already trained. Great. So we'll send those back to base. I realise we're a little low on fuel, so we'll wait till our coffers fill up, and we'll get these guys training. But until then, I was thinking of upgrading some of these. Do you know what? Let's upgrade this guy. It's going to take 27 days, but quite a bit of buff in exchange, just short of a month. And what about these destroyers? 5 days to get the sonar. Well, we need the sonar, so I'll just get 2 of them. I tell you what, we'll get 3. There we go. Same with this guy. Improved subs 1, 2, 3. Research. A lot of research is coming to an end soon, and I just want to make. There we go. Artillery. We need that. Modify gov. Tank. I want the. What we got here. Trade guy. I wonder if anybody ever goes with that. The UK declared war on the Netherlands. Safeguarding the Baltic. Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia have all accepted. We've got enough support. We don't need more support. War industrialist. Yes. National focus. Support the Finns, I guess. Yeah. As fast as we can. Just full pace, full pace. UK declared war on Iran? Really? Or Iraq? Must be Iraq, surely. Baldy there. How are we doing with forces? Anti-tank. We've got some anti-air, so I'm looking to upgrade some of these older divisions now. Together with the mountain special forces. 21. Almost enough.
Angetreten.
Research. We're getting quickly moved on. We get another on recon. How are we doing on the air side? Half a year ahead. Industry. We can go industry. Just about quick enough. Sounded like I was dying, but I think that's enough units under one guy. I'm going to put these under, get a new tank commander, Rommel. I hate the way you've got to do that when you add a new general under a field marshal. Completely reassign the front line. Although you can add more units to a line, that's fine, but not a general. I'm going to give him guerrilla fighter. Research as quick as it goes. Radar. Dutch East Indies was puppeted. The Democratic Party CHU. There's our new weapons. Free mill fac. What are we short on? Maybe some anti-tank, but I don't think we've got... No, we haven't got enough to afford it. We do have rubber, though, so more air. Just more air, I think, at this point. Doctrines. Yeah, let's go for it. And about whether giving these guys the initiative as potentially anti-tank, I don't know. Piercing, hard attack, which we know. Defense, not really. They lose a fair bit of organization, but it's quite a buff on the piercing. And sometimes, you know, you do get these up against tanks. Do you know what? We're going to go for it rather than the signal company. I may even give them one more truck. To try and make up some of that organization. And that's 22 width. I'm going to go with that. Moto 22. And I realise we're short on AT, but we've got everything else. That'll work. Our new artillery is researched. Work on AAA. Support the Finns. Let's carry on. Ideological defences. Russia's days are numbered. Towed artillery. Get that on the go. We're fast running out on fuel. I need to upgrade. It's because Iran, I guess, isn't selling us any. Are they? I'm sure it said Iran, but it can't have been. It must have been Iraq. So the UK's getting a bit aggressive. I guess they were itching for a fight no matter who it was with. I don't want to trade with Russia, so that leaves Romania. Let's do some deals with Romania. We're hoping to align them anyways. Two over there, and we'll pull one over with Baldy, which we will upgrade fact, we'll upgrade all of these. Fighters in reserve, great, and these are trained. Pause, put them over towards what will probably become our front line before too long. These guys have got enough finally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of that can be trained. Navy. Yet another heavy ship ready. The Scharnhorst. I forget, is this the pocket battleship or is it the heavy? I think it's a pocket battleship that needs to go. I think here. We'll soon find out. Battle cruiser, rather. Pocket battleship, same thing, right? And indeed it was. And there's another light cruiser with it. Well, we'll put that here as well. How are we doing now on the production? Well, we'll get this one finished. The second Scharnhorst that's almost done. Doctrines, hunt and destroy. Go for it. Modify government tank. Can we get it now? We can. Max speed and then reliability improvements. I'm not going for the hard attack or for the soft attack. I'm going to do that myself. British Iraq was puppeted. Okay, so Iraq's finished. So the British, they're getting stronger. Engineering, slightly ahead. Let's go for dispersed industry then.
Angetreten.
More divisions.
Angetreten.
Recon. Come on, it's got to be getting there. MPs. We're going to need them, but not to that extent. Let's go for fuel oil, because, well, we're trading a lot of factories for that. Trying to get this on the go. Formalize the treaty. Oh, we don't have enough manpower. All right, well, we'll use this little break then to expand. Well, resources first, infrastructure second. Several things just quarter of a year away. Maybe field hospital, maybe maintenance. No. Oh, these are quarter of a year away. The medium tanks. I want to be sure that we can do as much as possible with those. I guess this one here is a useful one. I realize we're going to get penalized slightly, but it's only slightly. And the air as well. Oh, the heavy MG are needed. What are we using so much fuel on? A lot is going on the army right now. And I guess that in no small part to these guys. So I'm going to stop Heinz training because he's got all, like, he's going to be using the fuel. Now, if we stop him training, let's see how much that current drop. He was using over half of it. It went from 2.1 thousand a day to 1. So it costs a shed load to move stuff around and train it as well. Now we'll put those in with Rommel. Hang on, what's this? Non-aggression pact. Request from the Soviet Union. I'm going to ignore that. Give, Construction 3. Unfulfilled. I think Iran's having bother. Research. Excavation, well, we need that. That's going to help across the board. I thought it was just the normal resources, but it actually helps with your oil as well, which probably makes sense, but just seeing the oil on a separate tech tree versus resources, I kind of thought, well, resources just refers to... Hang on. Don't care about Dutch negotiations. Where are we here on the... F8. Yeah, so here we see resources. So I thought resources was just basically to help get more of this out the ground where you had it, but it actually helps with your oil as well. So it's basically doubles up your bonuses for oil. Mountain Special Forces.
Achtung!
I'm going to start putting you guys that are that come out onto a new army that's just there for training purposes, that has got a crap general like this guy. He's just going to be on Berlin, and his only job is to train these up, assuming we've got the manpower and the luxury to do so, because these generals on the front line is going to cease their training soon.
Angetreten. Angetreten. Angetreten.
Coal liquidization. Italian-Bulgarian military tech exchange. They're dealing with the devil. Well, Bulgaria's kind of... Well, we were sort of siding with them. I wonder how many people we have. Nowhere near enough to... We need another 200,000 or so in the military before we can go down here. I don't know if we can align these countries, but it's worth giving it a shot, because Russia's going to be kicking off real soon. Doctrines. We've got another one here. Unrestricted warfare for the subs. And what else we got? Another one on the army. Let's just go for it. Heavy MG. Let's go for the improved small frame. But just rather than chuck all these old Messerschmitt 109s away, I am going to modify them with the heavy machine gun. In fact, 2 of them. There we go. And that's going to give a new lease of life to these old aircraft. Big increases there. I'm not going to save it as new. I'm just going to overwrite the existing design. And then that's what you can do. Create this new... I guess we're going, for whatever reason, it's called the BF-109A versus the BF-109D, but whatever. I think K was the latest one at the end of the war. Three military factories. More rubber to spare. More planes to make. Maybe one more close air support, one more torpedo bomber. More research. This one's important. Let's unpause and we'll get engines 3. Make everything run a little faster. And also this one here. Improved oil. Maybe we don't need to trade as much. Now this one here for 300% bonus.
Achtung! Achtung!
So I'm going to stop this guy. I'm going to start. I'm going to start and stop people training that don't need it. I'm going to pull, just for purposes of the oil, I'm going to pull these 3 guys. Hang on, I'm just going to select them all. I'm going to pull them over to our training army, and I'm just going to convert them all to the regular guy. And the new regular template. I know we ain't got enough. Iran has been puppeted. Kurdistan has been puppeted. Who's doing it? It's got to be the UK. Let's say who it is. I tell you what, the UK are getting big for their boots. I'm starting to feel it was a mistake not to be a little more proactive on that side of things. The spare dockyards. We need to upgrade our... Yeah, it's time to upgrade our navy. Too many upgrades on the cards due. I'll tell you what, rather than building new boats... What have we got here? I'm just going to put these into a new group for now so they can train. Yeah, so rather than building more boats that are starting to get out of date, I'm going to upgrade my older boats to the best design. So the factories are not just dockyards, rather, are not just sat there idle. I mean, most of these are taking, you know, these destroyers just 3 days in the docks, which is not long. Larger cruiser, so what's that going to take, Mark II? 50 days. But it is going to improve quite a lot of things, apart from the maximum speed takes a little hit. Go for it, 50 days is not the end of the world. Subs. All of those are fine. Nothing over here, that's everything then. Air. More of it. Wow, a lot more already. Again, all over onto the eastern front. Stop training. All go over. And I guess as well we need to upgrade that airbase a bit so it can hold more aircraft. We'll make that top priority as well. It upgrades airbases really quickly, thankfully. Actually, well, let's get these updated. Come on. I want in Russia to start Soviet Russia. No, we don't want to trade with Russia. They get too many buffs if we do. I'm going to say no, and that's going to reduce their opinion of us. That's fine, we don't care. We're looking to move in. Recruit. I'm just going to forcibly eject these guys even though they're not fully ready. Does that give us enough folk in the field? It's going to be close. Oh, 850. How many have we got? About 750. Right. Wait, I'm going to get around this. I'm going to recruit a bunch of these, even though I don't really have the resources. Actually, I've got the majority of what's needed. We'll go for 30 divisions. It's a one-time thing. And we'll eject those as soon as we can, and then we will go down here. They will definitely have enough. But so we're not wasting time, this one here is just a 35-day thing. After that, we can eject those, even though they won't be ready to fight. Hopefully we'll meet the criteria, then we'll go in. That's the... I say go in. We still need to wait for them to do something, I guess. Oh. I feel like I've progressed through... Well, we have. We've progressed through 4 years of game time. Oh, we're into the 4th year, let's put it that way. More navy, well, just build more subs for now. And what else? Well, let's just put some destroyers in. Why not? 10 destroyers. More research. Hang on, stop. Recruiting. We can now deploy all of these. And that gives us 1 million in the field. There we go. Now we can think about moving in. Let's give these to Rommel, who needs to stop exercising as well.
Angetreten.
This guy.
Befehle. Achtung.
Now he's got a healthy number of divisions.
Befehle.
Baldy continues to train. Well, let's stop him from training as well. And the only one training at this point is going to be our training division.
Angetreten.
And anybody who's not up to scratch needs to come back. National focus then. Formalize the treaty. Low on manpower. Okay, well, we'll change the laws. We've still got 500,000. We'll hold off changing the laws. Free civilian factories. This cannot be delayed. I'm going to create a new railway line out the capital, leading direct to there, and that's going to be upgraded to level 3. And then this... to make sure we can get supplies to what is probably going to become the front line before too long. And then from there... Did we get the radar? Yeah, we did. Oh, it's up to level 3 now, so we'll improve the existing radars. More military factories, military factory. Hessen, a couple of synthetics. And then military. Hanover, naval dockyard. And then, well, here, Ostmark, just full of Civ factories again. 8 new Civ factories. In fact, I'm going to give those 8 Civ factories top priority. Engines level 3, great. Pause. It's time to update some of these things. We'll research medium airframe. I don't know, the light aircraft research. Maybe there's no point just yet. How far are we away actually from that? 52 days. And the medium one is a lot longer. Do you know what? I'm going to... I don't know. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Let's have a look. Create a variant with 2 engines of the Tech 3 variety. I did watch All Quiet on the Western Front. This is a massive buff to the thrust. It's like... and speed. It's basically doubling it. I'm going to go for it. Can we add any more weight onto this thing? Or does that make it illegal? Basically. We're not using it for strategic bombing. Special modules. I'm going to go for the self-sealing fuel tanks because these aircraft are quite expensive to produce. Armor plates, just too many negative aspects to it. Self-sealing fuel tanks. Yeah, the All Quiet on the Western Front. It was a pretty good film. I enjoyed it. I saw comments online and I couldn't believe it. And it was like, oh, until I watched this film, I didn't realize that the German side were quite like our own. It's like, well, duh. It's like, and it makes you think you've got 20-year-olds that had to watch a film to realize that the other side from 70, 80 years ago liked same sort of things. You know, boys liked girls. They liked playing football. They had their hopes and dreams and aspirations and fear. It wasn't just this mechanical, ruthless machine. And yet, it shows how history can, distort lies even 70, 80 years on. And, Heavy MG. What does that do? It knocks 9 off, increases air attack, reduces agility a little bit. Do you know what? I'll just put one on and the other one can remain light. And over here, do we have anything at all? Cast weapons, anti-tank, I'm not sure. Nah, it takes too much off. Small bomb bay, I think we've already got enough though, haven't we? Oh, we can! I never... Can we have another one? No. Cast weapons. Oh. Hang on. Well, that's a massive buff. Well, that's well worth it. Yes, yes, yes. Do it. Basic medium airframe, the HE111 Alpha. Do it. That's going to use a lot more rubber because of the self-sealing fuel tanks. Whatever, it's worth getting. Insufficient resources. Well, I don't know. The UK's getting strong, man. I don't feel like trading with them. I don't know if British Malaya is more of the same, really. But you know what? At least for now, we'll go with the Dutch East Indies. And we'll take that one factory away from the British, who are just getting too strong. Low on manpower. We got plenty. I'm going to remove that icon. Decisions to make. Press. How are we doing on number? Do you know what? There's no need for press censorship. We're completely fine in that regard. And none of these others are very enticing, so we'll just let the political power gather up. The only thing that we may do is... Oh, we don't even have a guy that's assisting... I'm just going to leave that as is, I think. I think that's a reasonable setup for now. We need to start researching our newer boats. And the crews are the top priority. At least for me. What next? No press censorship. We're doing that well. I don't think we need any. Look. Subs. Even any more modifications on the light cruiser before we change things around? I may even stick them a... Do you know what? Let's put them a radar on. It's a minor adjustment. On the light cruisers, go on then. I don't know, actually. We're about to upgrade this model. I'll tell you what, we'll do it on the destroyers. It's going to take a little longer to upgrade that. Oh, no, because we've already got that. I'll tell you what, the heavy cruisers, because we'll certainly not be replacing these in a hurry. How long will it take to refit? Well, same. 586. Just going to call it the 1936 Hipper Mark III. Save. And we'll build one more. And then any other dockyards, we'll try and upgrade them if we can. Finland rejects the Soviet demands. Soviet Union declares war on Finland. This is Finland asks us to get embroiled. Finally, on the 2nd of May 1940, we get to take on Russia, which I guess is a year sooner than historically the case. But of course, history is completely different anyways. Well, Poland offers a bit of a buffer between us and Russia.
Achtung!
And I'm not sure Denmark's going to be an issue, or France. We'll leave a few units behind at France. What I'm going to do is
Bereit.
we'll leave these 8 divisions on the coast, on the border with France.
Bereit.
Bock is going to come over. Forget about Denmark. Bock, come line yourself up against Poland. And this field marshal, at least some of his army now. We're going to delete all of his orders. I think I'm going to take 1 army up. Maybe
Angetreten.
Baldy here. Maybe 2. I'll tell you what, we'll take Baldy and Rommel. Just to not confuse things, I'm going to reassign these guys over to the other guy, seeing as we've only got 1 field marshal. And we're going to send him up to Finland. I guess before we do, Finland asks for help. Yes. And we need to ask Finland for military access. They say yes.
Angetreten.
Now we'll send our field marshal in. Germany under attack. The German people, we will prevail. I can do that, you see, because I'm half German. I'm allowed to get away with it, but it's stupid, that shit, innit? All right. Aircraft here. Over to this guy. More air. Well, we're going to need to defend the mainland, so air superiority, I guess. I don't know why they have the interceptor option, because it, this one here. I'm sure there is a benefit to it. Like, you don't use as much fuel unless it's needed, but either way. Air superiority. I don't know if that's going to be needed. We'll have to see. What's that? Oh, a navy guy. Yeah, well, he needs to be in the drink in case the Russians want to come through. Close air support. I'll tell you what. No. This close air support can come up and assist Rommel. Navy strike. Also there. Air superiority. I guess we best have 1 lot of fighters in the Baltic Sea. This one over with Rommel then. And that's all the air wings. Well, we're gonna need some more. We're gonna need some more quick. I guess I was forgetting to train. Do you know, I should set this up. 1 for fighters. 1 for close air support. 1 for navy. And that's all 3. I'm going to set this guy up for interception because they actually train on intercept but not on superiority, which is weird. Anyways. And I guess over here where it's a bit safer, we'll have a navy, close air support and a fighter wing too. We'll train. A fighter wing here on interception. We'll slow time down. Navy. Stop training because the game is on. So these are going to be on patrol. No, these, sorry, not these. These are on strike force. These guys are on patrol. These are the ones that we're hoping to pick something up. Stop training because their war is on. The really weak ones that are not yet up to 15, I'm going to set these to engage at low risk. Everyone else on middle. Delete any regions that you already have. And you're going to start patrolling here. Shallow sea around Germany. The Norwegian Sea and the Barents Sea. Hopefully you can pick something up. Maybe even the Denmark Strait. Yours is on mission convoy raiding, that's it. These guys got strike, 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 and this little one on patrol. These guys now are on mine laying duty, and we've already supplied the sectors, and their objective rule of engagement is do not engage. If they see something, it's to run away. And we have another destroyer here that's ready to hook up with somebody, and we may as well hook up with this guy. Right, unpausing then. Air looks okay. I think I want to bring one of these back though. Where are we? One of these ones, Western Poland. I'm going to bring that back to East Germany. Just make sure we've got air superiority everywhere that matters. This Finland. Are we? At least we got no direct front line with Russia, so everything is up here at Finland for now. And these guys are, you know, they're making their way. The training armies, they're getting there pretty nicely. And we need to... I'm going to start trying to fill up just one of these guys. So let's look at filling Baldy up to 24. Guderian could do with another truck. Bok. Non-aggression pact request from Finland. Why not? Why not? Navy. Our first little engage. We've sunk a Russian convoy. Just the one. It's a start.
Alright.
And our guys are more or less here. Do we have enough trucks? Because these need to be... I think maybe we do. Certainly Rommel and his tanks need to be supplied with motorized units. We'll see if we can get these other guys enough. We're 241 trucks short. Now we've got 360. I guess it depends exactly how spread out they are. Another naval battle. We've sunk 8 Russian. And we sunk another 6 Russian convoys over here. So the Navy, at least for now. And a Russian destroyer. Russian destroyer right off our coastline. We got him. Alright, so these guys then. Nice excuse to help. Why don't we see if we can push towards Leningrad? We'll wait for people to get into position. Field Marshal certainly says not yet. How are we doing for air over? We've got no air. Does Finland not have any airfields? That's going to be a problem. We need more anti-air then. And let's create a new army that's specifically, a new division template rather, that's specifically set up to deal with AAA. So I'm going to duplicate this one. Rather than artillery, I'm going to replace it with anti-air. And another one, air attack 77.5. Does improve their hard attack and piercing. You know what, we'll give them one more anti-air. And then this is like our AAA. I like to give the unicorn because the spike sort of points upwards. I think, you know, it's AAA. Inf 21 AAA. Save. And we'll see if we've got anybody at home that we can hopefully repurpose quite quickly. 6 guys. I'm not sure we've got anything like enough anti-air. Let's have a look. No! We've got not at all anywhere near enough. I think the way I'm going to go... We'll get 3 divisions going for the AAA. And some of these that are not very well equipped divisions that have a little bit of AAA. I'm going to disband these Or even, we'll just repurpose them to special forces for now. That's going to gain us a little bit of equipment. And that equipment, you know, can hopefully go towards these AAA guys. At least that's the plan, because we need triple air up here. Seeing as we don't have any access to air, I'm just thinking, is that, like, what sort of range do we have? Well, we can put some air up into the upper Baltic Sea. Well, that's better than nothing. I'm really surprised that we need to be at peace to send volunteer forces. Well, let us have air. Or build an airport, for goodness sake. Airbase. Yeah, we can't build on their spot, which is not surprising. Jeez, Finland, get with the times, man. 1940, put a runway down somewhere. More Navy action. 8 more Russian. And another 3. That's so we're sinking a lot of merchant ship. More. Another 6 over there. Tackle the communist threat. Formalize the treaty. Just some damage there taking place back and forth. Alright. The Iberian problem. Nationalist Spain. Alright, so we can take on Spain. The problem about that is it's on the other side of France. And I don't think France is going to be... No, they're not going to bend over backwards to help us. We get anybody assisting with, like, docking rights or anything? Of course, we're already working there. Denmark. No. Brazil. I mean, these guys are on friendly terms with us, but for some reason, why will they not accept? Base? Oh, it's only 1 point off. Anyway. Germany announces anti-Soviet pact. This is the only way to counter the communist threat. Well, let's see if we can get these countries with us. Let's start with Romania. Bulgarian government supports the IMRO. Everything's going crazy now. It seems that the Balkan conflict is going to reignite. More naval stuff going down. Just damage doctrines available. I'm going to go for the wolf packs. Air doctrines on the brink. Combat unit destruction. More decisions to be made. Right, let's pause. We got 334. Radio propaganda. Gain base war support. Oh, we've got 100%. That's a waste of time if we do. Consumer goods -5. War bonds. I don't know though if we can use that again if we've already used it. So I may hold off with that one. Demand Polish war participation 50. Poland gets German repair requests. Well, let's go for that. And this may be an all-out war then. If they accept, that's going to open a second front into Russia. Have a taste of their own medicine. Russia was always asking the UK to open a second front up on Germany. Well, now we get to open a second front up on them. See how they like that. Poland accepts. Excellent. And does that mean now Poland are in? Well, we need military access.
Angetreten.
I'm thinking that these guys here, I'm just going to disconnect them from a field marshal entirely for now. And that's going to leave Bock, Heinz, and Jungle Guy. under this Field Marshal Rundstedt. We'll put those. Poland accepts, so Rundstedt on the front line then with Russia, and hopefully with that we can continue pressing. The situation up top is looking a little grim, however.
Angetreten.
Give Bock
Achtung.
more divisions ready. I'm going to give Heinz one. I'll tell you what, no. Let's give Bock the first anti-tank. Oh, he's already got one. The next one's going to Heinz because these are light tanks. If he runs into bigger tanks, we need some AT with Heinz and all. Improved small airframe. Non-aggression pack from Poland. Sure, why not? Research. You see, drop tanks would be the best to give our fighters additional range. Let's see if we can get it. You don't really want to be carting extra fuel tanks around that you can't drop and then get embroiled in a dogfight. Looks like we're starting to lose some torpedo bombers here. How are we doing with regards to training stuff? Do we have any spare air at all that we can... Medium airframe, well... Let's get one of those and a small into war. Everything just that we've got spare training. I just wish... Looks like here there is some air engage over the upper Baltic Sea. And that was the wrong guy. Stop. Just continue training. This guy, air superiority, put him there, working on the upper Baltic Sea. Same with this guy. Well, that's a good excuse to start fighting. What is the actual situation here? Enemy, the I-16. I've got the I-16 in DCS. It's this little fighter that the Russians had. It looks like it belongs out of World War One. Either way, our fighters lost, enemy fighters lost. Hopefully this is going to start tipping the battle, and as soon as it does, they'll probably pull away anyway. Looks like we need another, if at all possible, aircraft over there. Perhaps this guy. Low manpower. Well, we've got 520,000. Is that really what they mean? 500,000. More naval vic. Oh, so we just sank 16 Russian subs that were right off our coastline. They did sink 4 convoys, but that's not a bad trade. We get 2 of theirs as well. Three destroyers ready to set sail. Well, this is the guy who's patrolling, so he needs really to have 6 destroyers to provide an effective screen. And he is engaged in the Danish belts. Aye, we got everybody engaging. Look at this. Our Navy is working overtime. Can we now move into Russia is the question. Well, destination there. Go. And there's the answer. We can engage. And indeed we are. Air Force then. We need more air on the front lines. So stop going with Western Poland. You're going to go with Bock. You're on Western Poland. You're going to go with Heinz. One of the fighters on the upper Baltic Sea, I'm going to have to call you back. And you're going to go with Jungle General. And that's going to at least provide some basic air cover. Yeah, the problem is Poland's going to get access to this territory, but never mind. It is what it is.
Angetreten.
Let's let this Field Marshal make a move then.
Achtung. Achtung!
And yeah, we're really short on AAA. Production, how short? Well, there's your answer. There's 700 pieces and we're over 1,000 short on artillery. Well, increase production. We don't have enough tungsten to cover artillery, but we do for the AAA. Top priority then, more military factories. 1, 2, 3, 4. Naval factory can come down. And even the oil factory can come beneath those guys. The only one I am going to keep up there is the civilian one. And now is the time, I think, to request war bonds. How's everything else doing? Everything else so far so good. We're starting to run a little low, actually big time low on oil. Trade, well, the war machine grinds to a halt without oil. Romania then, increasing. Short on rubber, and we're losing some convoys here. Actually, right off the coastline, it would seem. But we are destroying the Russian subs that are responsible for that. Interestingly, we're not losing them anywhere else. It's just right here. I think we can afford that based on how many Russian subs we're sinking, and then that should resolve itself. So that is going to increase actually how urgent the need is for the refineries. Well, as soon as this is done, yeah, refineries. So 1, 2, 3 refineries. And the naval yard even after that. Right, new cruiser's been unraveled. Let's go for the destroyers next. And first thing we're going to do is take a look at designing a new cruiser. Starting with the light cruiser. No. 1940 cruiser. Medium battery. The light cruiser. AAA level 3. Fire control level 2. Yeah, we'll go with radar and we'll keep taking it up as we can. Engine level 3, seeing as we're new. The secondary battery 2. We'll replace that with the dual do you know what? I'm almost tempted to leave it off until we get access to the dual purpose, because it's going to be quicker, I think, attaching a dual purpose than it is removing a secondary and then reattaching. So I think it'll work out cheaper both now and then. I'm not going to put any armor on the light one, but I am going to redesignate it like that. Light battery, well, now it's going to be the dual purpose. We'll go medium battery. We'll put another light cruiser gun on it. Aircraft, level 2. Torpedoes, yes. Thing with depth charges is they're going to be with... Tell you what, I'll leave that one off for now. And what about here? Same again. Maybe give it another light. Let's do that. It leaves a couple of slots free for once we've completed the upgrade. So cruiser 1940A. Let's make sure we know it's light. Cruiser light. Just call it Mark 1, I think. Save, and we'll start producing these. And the old heavy cruiser there, well, let's increase the speed at which that's produced. And then potentially the new design for the heavy cruiser, we can at least make a start on it. So the 1940 heavy, we'll create a variant on this and just swap these guns for the heavy. 1940 cruiser heavy Mark 1 also. Maybe put some armor on it. I'm just going to go for the level 1. There's too much cost and speed lost at level 2. We'll go for... yeah, let's just go for... Let's see if there's any other gain. I mean, we lose more steel. Yeah, we get armor from 6 to 8, but the speed drops from 5 to 7.5. Yeah, we do get a little increase on hit points. I'm just going to go with level 1. And that's going to be my Cruiser Heavy Mark 1, save as new, to make sure we don't override our light cruisers. And I may just put a secondary battery. No, because we're going to do that in a bit anyway. Let's just save it. Running really low on fuel. Can somebody help out? Ideally somebody that we don't need convoys for. Iran is back in the game. Of course they're a puppet, aren't they? Either way. Oh shit, we're running really low. 3 factories, UK even. I'm gonna have to. British Malaya, I guess all that's through the UK. That's why we don't need Iraq as well. One, even Estonia, 1 lot. And that's now helping. Perhaps a little too ambitious. We'll reduce with the UK. We'll reduce entirely. That seems to be the only one we're losing convoys on. Let's trade with France, because we're losing convoys to the Dutch East Indies somehow. France. There we go. Sorted. Doctrines ready. Let's just finish off the land stuff. How are we doing then? Supply-wise. Well, major shortages up here. Not much I can do about it. Certainly when we don't have air dominance, we'd lose all our transport aircraft. These guys, hang on. These 3 specifically. Stop and work with him. Stop, work with him. Stop, work with him. Need more air. Tell you what, the interceptor guy, I'm going to change him to air superiority and have him work in West Poland. There we go, that's better. And I'm sure I unlocked some air stuff. It was the improved frame. Let's create this one then. So we need the best engine. Fighter weapons. And again, I'm thinking the heavy machine gun. Maybe 1 cannon. Air attack 44. I'm thinking defense. Maybe a light turret. I don't know. Only adds 1 onto the weight. Loses about 3 on the agility. Gains 6 on the air attack. Slight reduction on the max speed, but otherwise... Production cost, what's that, about 5-6%? I don't know exactly. Let's put 1 on. Anything else here? Special, the dive brakes. Well, we're not giving them that. Self-sealing, it makes them more expensive, but air defense, massive boost. Tell you what, it's something to think about when we've got more rubber. I'm going to go with this for now. Oh, I hate that symbol. It's the one that looks more like a Focke-Wulf, this one. Save. And we're going to change the production over to that guy. Tank-wise, middle tank, not yet. How are we doing on tank numbers anyway? We've got 1,000 short on support equipment, short on anti-air, short on artillery. Let's increase support equipment production. We can't give more artillery because we just ain't got the tungsten to do so. I'll tell you what, we could reduce anti-tank by 1. That's going to free up 2 tungsten. There, we'll do that. Military factories are going to be ready soon. Navy. 2 more destroyers ready to go. We'll put them over here with the battleships. Subs are slowly filling this complement of flotilla there. It had about 4 out of 15 before. It's now got 9 and it's not holding back. They're engaging all over the shop. Let's have a look at some of these combats. We managed to sink 3 more Soviet subs there. 6 more right off our doorstep. Another convoy. 4 convoys there. Another 3 convoys. And yeah, so going well. Air-wise, well... Come on, our generals need more fighter planes. Are these nearly ready? Well, it's going to have to be. I'm going to put this one in with Bock. And this guy down here, I realise he's a rookie, but he's needed. We're going to put him with Jungle Guy. Jungle Guy, come on. I'm going to get rid of this air superiority mission in the lower Baltic Sea. I think it's more important on the front line. We'll give it with Heinz. You can see here we got massive problems with air, although looks like maybe we're starting to get something at Finland.
Angetreten.
Can we push in down here?
Vorwärts, Männer.
Not really.
Suchen Deckung.
It was worth a shot. But the rest of the war up at Finland is not going bad at all. In fact, I think we're making some gains, certainly in southern Finland. Skewing a bit on the northern side, but what's the supply? It's the supplies that are the problem. And air. I don't know. I'd feel a lot better if we had air. Which is kind of my impetus to start. Hungarian fighter competition, yeah. Align Romania, great. I'm thinking we need some longer range fighters. Nothing else to be done over there, I don't think. Army. Let's go with air innovation. I don't know. Let's go for Hungary. Let's see if we can finish off this industrial thing first. New panzers. I may even give these to Bock. And the worst equipped divisions from Bock, these two, they're fighting at like 60-some%. I'm going to pull these off the front line. They're going to go back to train. We got tanks here ready to go. We'll give those to Jungle Guy. Baldy's ready for an infantry expert. We'll give that to him. And again, the worst affected guy, this guy, because he's lost some of his expertise. I think I'm even going to... I don't know about disbanding, but it's just we're so short on equipment. Maybe disbanding some of the lowest equipped stuff so they can reach. You know what? There is that recombine option. Let's try. Where are we here? There we go. Consolidate. That's what we're thinking. Essentially. So many divisions over here that are fine. I'm going to reduce from 8 to 6. Give those to Bock. And Bock, we'll see if we can consolidate these. Not possible, probably because some are fighting. These can be consolidated. Improved infantry equipment, great. These kind of essential for a land war. Doctrines, battlefield support, absolutely. More naval results. Continuing to sink Soviet convoys, which is brilliant. That is going to start and reflect on the battlefield soon. Shortly soon. Shortly soon, with a bit of luck. Air. Well, I'm starting to think this air right at the back can be moved in now to where it's needed. Let's give it to Bock. See what he can do with it. And more guys here. We've got some close air support ready. We'll give them to Bock and all. New air wing. Some old fighters. That's about it, I think. I'll have those training. And I think that has had me playing for absolutely ages. Part 2 of the war with Russia is going to come next. It's currently 4 PM here in the UK. I'm done with this one for today. If anybody's still there, I hope you enjoyed it. For those watching after the fact, can't believe you stayed this long. And until then, take care. Bye-bye.